Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first session for today, titled Water Valuation for Resilience, Water Management and Allocation, led by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and the Deputy Minister for Water, the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture, Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Qahtani, General Manager for Water Studies and Modeling, to give a welcome speech.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and friends. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to today's panel discussion on a topic that lies at the heart of sustainable development and climate resilience, water valuation for resilient water management and allocation. Thank you all for taking the time to be here, whether you've traveled from afar or joined us locally. Your presence reflects the shared commitment we all have toward addressing one of the most critical challenges of our time, managing water resources equitably and sustainably in a world of growing demand and climate uncertainty. Today's discussion is not just timely, it is imperative. Water, often undervalued despite its essential role in sustaining human life, ecosystems, and economies, must be recognized as a resource of unparalleled importance. By advancing how we value water, we can make more informed decisions at both local and national levels, driving resilient solutions that meet needs of people, industries, and the environment. I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed panelists. Their dedication, expertise, and insights will illuminate this complex topic from a variety of perspectives. Each of them has graciously given their time and knowledge to be part of this critical conversation, and we are deeply grateful for their contributions. The session today will be structured to provide a comprehensive exploration of water valuation. First, we will hear about water valuation as a concept, laying the foundation for our discussion. This will be followed by international use case that illustrate the practical applications of water valuations globally. We will then delve into the significance of water valuation in the context of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a nation where water management is both a challenge and a priority. Finally, we will conclude with a discussion on the National KSA Water Valuation Study and then the way forward, offering a vision for progress and implementation. After these insightful presentations, we will open the floor for a moderated session, giving all of you the opportunity to engage further, ask questions, and contribute your own valuable perspectives. I encourage everyone to approach today's session with curiosity, openness, and the willingness to engage in a dialogue. This is not just a moment to listen. It is a moment to learn, to challenge assumptions, and to collectively advance our understanding of how water valuation can guide us toward a more resilient future. Once again, thank you all for your presence and participation. I am confident that today's discussion will inspire us and provide actionable insight that will resonate long after this session ends. Let's get started. Thank you.
Oh, you want me to present from here? No.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz. Please welcome the moderator for this session, Dr. Waleed, Head of Climate Biodiversity and Water Division and the Environment Directory at the Organization for Economic Cooperation. Let's welcome you on the stage.
Yeah, no, I'm not the moderator. I'm done.
And good morning, everyone. So I have the pleasure to moderate our session today, and I think we will start with some presentations before that we can set the background of our discussion on the topic of the session. I would like to invite all the speakers, Sophie, Josefina, where's that? Omar, Nick, please, can you join me in here? Thank you. Thank you very much. So the way how we will proceed today, so we will start with the presentations first. So I would like to ask our distinguished speaker to be short, to go ahead to the key message, and then I propose that we go through a discussion, open discussion, that I will open it to the audience if you have any questions related to any of these messages. So let's start without further ado with Sophie for her first presentation. Sophie, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's going to work, but it's working. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Walid, for the introduction, and to Dr. Abdelaziz. So my name is Sophie Trémollet. I'm the team lead for water at the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm happy to welcome you at this seminar, which is also co-organized by the OECD and the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. So for those of you who don't know, the OECD is an international organization that brings together governments, countries of 38 countries, which are spanning most continents, that have joined together to provide better policies for better lives. So our main area of work is to work with country governments to help them identify areas of policies that could be improved to deliver better outcomes. We work in many different ways, so we can provide a setting for governments to compare their experiences in developing public policies, seek answers to common problems, identify good practices, and coordinate domestic and international policies. We also produce a lot of reliable statistical economic data, so you might have used in your work OECD data in the past. And we also monitor trend, conduct analysis, and do forecast with respect to a wide range of areas, including trade, environment, agriculture, and water, of course. So in the area of water, we have several activities. In my team in particular, we focus on water economics and finance, which we see as a very important topic. Aside from engineering and technology, we need to get the economics of water sorted, which is the topic of this session. We also work on water quality, and we engage at national level with country governments on what we call national policy dialogues. So what we've been doing with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia over the last almost a year, I would say, would fall into that category of a dialogue where we bring external experiences, if you want, to the field of water policy, and we base also ourselves on what is called the OECD Council Recommendation on Water, which sets out principles for sound and efficient policy for water. So in terms of water valuation, clearly this concept of water valuation has been around for over 30 years in the international water sector. There is a global acknowledgement since, I would say the Dublin Principles adopted in 1992 that we need to move forward in terms of economic valuation of water, that water resources are not boundless and plentiful, a gift from God, but is something that has an economic value. And of course, Saudi Arabia is well placed to know that given the high level of scarcity. So we cannot take water for granted. Because when we do, the problem is that it results typically in low prices that are insufficient to cover the full costs of providing water, the distribution, production, and transport of water, but also its environmental cost. And that is particularly challenging in the field of agriculture, which typically represents 70% of water users. So the Dublin Principles on valuing water that were first adopted in 1992 in an international conference. It was a major breakthrough. It also led to the adoption, for example, of integrated water resources management principle. And it helped promote the idea that pricing water can help reduce wastage and improve efficiency while still ensuring basic needs. But obviously between 1992 and 2017, work went on, but it was felt that still we were not making progress fast enough. So the World Bank and the United Nations decided to launch a joint initiative in 2016, which was active through 2018, that produced a report called Making Every Drop Count and really emphasized the concept of water valuation. What they promoted as well is that, yes, we need to take account of the economic value of water, but also of its environmental and cultural significance. This was then consolidated in the World Water Development Report, published in 2021, which was focused specifically on the topic of valuing water. And for those of you who don't know, the United Nations UN Water publishes every year a landmark report, which takes different topics, and these are very useful in order to track what is evolving, what is very relevant on the international scene. So the fact that they chose to focus on valuing water highlights the importance of this topic. And they found that it was a significant issue in terms of allocation of resources in a context where 5.7 billion people could be living by 2050 in areas that could experience water scarcity at least a month a year. But the thing is that there's a bit of a gap between the high-level principles and what is happening in practice on the ground. So we have seen a number of studies that have been carried out, but mostly focusing on specific uses in specific regions, and many of them have been carried out by academic teams with no direct linkage with policy. So we've seen them, and my colleague Josefina will go in more detail about what these case studies are in regions that are particularly scarce, such as Jordan, Abu Dhabi, Spain, but also where freshwater resources are at risk of being degraded. So, for example, there's a British case which looks at the value of wetlands, which is a rapidly decreasing freshwater ecosystem. So just to put that into context, we need better allocation because there's projected an increase in demand by 2050 in terms of water. This is extracted from the OECD Environmental Outlook to 2050, which is a landmark report that the OECD produces on a regular basis. This is the latest one that was produced in 2012. There will be one next year. And what is interesting in this graph is that it shows that in the baseline scenario by 2050, there were 3.9 billion people, according to this, likely to live in river basins under severe water stress, and that water demand was projected to increase, particularly for manufacturing, electricity production, and domestic use, leaving little space for irrigation. So that's why in these projections, irrigation is actually predicted to decrease because of overall tensions on water resources. And as you can see, there's some sharp rises, particularly in the BRICS, in South Asia and China, with much higher shares for manufacturing and electricity. So this is the overall context. Now, what do we mean by economic value of water? We have to look at the different usage and different opportunities that water provide. it drives, on the one hand, economic activities, and so we can realize the value of water for manufacturing, for energy, which is just what I mentioned in terms of its uses. But we shouldn't forget, of course, the other two important uses, which are for meeting human health and human needs. That is quite self-explanatory, but also for freshwater ecosystems and for supporting those ecosystems, which is a value that sometimes tends to be overlooked and is in fact crucial for maintaining water security over time and maintaining these healthy freshwater ecosystems. So all of these attributes need to be considered, and that's what we will hear in next presentation and the subsequent presentation, is that to do so is quite challenging. And we need to look at all the potential sources of water and all the potential usage. So here that's an extract from a recent report that the OECD contributed to by the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, which looks at the value of the global hydrological cycle and the importance of maintaining that cycle functioning as far as we can at the global level. So it's arguing in favor of defining that cycle as a global common good. And here you can see the different types of uses of water in terms of groundwater, surface water, and it emphasizes the particular importance of green water, which is from evapotranspiration, which contributes to this overall hydrological cycle. So in the studies we're going to talk about today, that green water element is not explicitly mentioned, but this is something that we need to consider for future work as well. So in terms of why should we carry out water valuation exercises, there can be many rationale for that from a policy perspective. And it's important to be clear about what the rationale is when engaging in this kind of exercise, because that will drive the type of valuation study that may need to be carried out. But in terms of the different types of policy decisions that can be driven by water valuation, you have them here on the left, those that focus particularly on ensuring the long-term viability of water resources, so the natural environment, blue and green water. And it can be a case of raising awareness, providing more visibility on the overall value of water to the country, or it could be to inform the preparation of water resource management plans, where decisions about optimal allocation in terms of use are made. It could also be important in order to support specific investment program, particularly in cost-benefit analysis exercises, where you are comparing different options for investment. There you want to have a valuation of the water, which is a key input in the investment that is made. And it's often used as well to make the case for conservation activities, so to highlight the importance of water as a natural resource and to identify priority conservation initiatives. On the demand side, it's useful to value water in order to provide the basis for improved water resource allocation. We've seen, the competition between the different usage of water, so it's important to understand where is the most value extracted from the same drop of water from an economic perspective. And that can help improve water efficiency, eliminate wastage, drive away usage which are not clearly not making an efficient use of water. And we will hear all of these cases in Josefina's presentation. And she will go in various categories of policy decisions, if you want, that can be informed. So in summary, we can talk about water source conservation, water allocation across subcategories, decisions about optimal infrastructure investment, evaluating a contribution of water to national GDP, and linked to that, awareness raising both for households, but also, most importantly, for decision makers. So thank you very much, and I'll leave the floor to Josefina to give us the concrete examples of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Green. Yes, hello. Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much to the government of Saudi Arabia for inviting me to be here today. I have been engaged with the study for almost a year as well, and it has been a very interesting process. I work for the University of Alcalá, which is a university in Spain, and I've been the water advisor to the Secretary of State for the Environment of Spain. I'm also the delegate to the OECD from Spain, so we are all very much linked with each other. My task today is to provide some examples on how we have used this water valuation in different contexts, and I like to give you some examples on how this has been used. So it's not only about that it's important. We now heard from Sophie, and we think that this is important. It has a long history. We have recognized at the international level that water valuing is important, but how is it useful? So my question I want to answer today is how is it useful for policy making, for policy decisions? I would like to start with infrastructure investment, which is the third kind of policy decisions here. Decisions about building infrastructure are normally based, as you probably know, on cost-benefit analysis, which is comparing the cost of infrastructure investments of any type with the benefits provided by that infrastructure. Those benefits are normally in terms of irrigation benefits, because we have more water that we can produce more. They are in terms of hydroelectricity production. They are in terms of how much we can provide water security to the cities, to the activities that are happening in the cities as well. So we normally, when we do those kind of cost-benefit analysis for infrastructure, we refer to what we call direct value, which is direct use value, which is we will have some explanation on that later from Nick. So most banks, most development banks, and most governments do this analysis to decide on water infrastructures. So there is nothing really new in this, but it's important. And a lot of the times, we are also thinking about now in the next generation of decision making in terms of cost-benefit analysis, we are also talking about not only to the kind of benefits for economic activities, but also the benefits to society. The second kind of policy decisions that I like to talk about is the policy decisions. A case study that is related to this has been in the United States. It has been the one that we have been reviewing. And it has to do with whether it was worth to invest in the digital society, to improve digitalization of water infrastructures, of water supply infrastructures. Was it worth it, or is it too expensive for the benefits it generates? So those are the kind of policy decisions that are important in terms of examples. The second one, as I was saying, is water source conservation. Here we have reviewed a case in Cyprus, where they have also carried out a cost-benefit analysis, but in this case, in this particular case, about groundwater protection. You know, Cyprus being an island, it is also very intensive in agriculture. It has a lot of limitations, maybe not like Saudi, in terms of energy. And so anything that has to do with providing more water in exchange of using more energy is always a trade-off that they have to think about. And here they look at whether groundwater recharge was worth it. Is it important to do groundwater recharge to protect the water resources, in this case, groundwater resources, which is a strategic resource for the future? So those are the kind of decisions that they looked into. And I would like to also bring into the conversation here the kind of analysis that we have done in Europe, with the new legislation in Europe, well, not so new, from 2000, we have also got to value what they call disproportionate costs. And this is all about whether it's worth protecting the resource in relation to the type of investments or type of cost of protecting the resource. So all over Europe, we've been doing this kind of analysis as well in relation to whether we need to do water source conservation. The third type of example I want to bring to you is the example of Australia, that they have looked about the contribution of water to the gross domestic product. So this is more like a macroeconomic analysis, but I think we are all very aware of the importance of water for the economy. And in this case, it's for the for the macroeconomic indicators, employment, but also gross domestic product. And they have looked both in terms of direct water use, for the type of uses I was saying before, in terms of economic uses, but also in terms of multipliers. So we know that water affects also the kinds of activities. It's not only about how much water produced in agriculture, but it's also about the kind of activities that are linked to agriculture. So there is all the agro-industry, there is all the services, there is all the transportation sector, and they are all multiplier effects that are important for the economy. And that's the kind of thing that they have looked in Australia, which is also justifies investing and conserving, in this particular case, groundwater. And I'm jumping from one to the other, you see, but I think it's important to frame the kind of conversation we're having. Another kind of study what we did that it was done in Abu Dhabi is basically looking at what is the option value of water for future generations. And in this particular case, that value in water study was done to increase awareness of the importance of conserving water to the future. So that in itself is a very important case. And then I would like to go into two particular cases, which are number 2 there, in a little bit more in depth. One of them is the case of Jordan, where they looked at how they may be worth it to them to ban some, to reduce or phase out some water-intensive crops. This is a very difficult decision. We all know that, because we all see that water produces a lot of value. So how can we make those type of trade-offs and difficult decisions about reducing some kind of crops? How do we do that? And how do we do it in a fair way? That's something that is very important. And in Spain, we have done that as well, to develop incentives for farmers to reduce water use, to protect groundwater and surface water in areas of high natural value. So how much, in a way, what can we do to reduce water use in areas that are affecting, some special natural areas, but at the same time we know that we have to do it in a way that it still makes farmers can make their ends meet. So I would like to go a little bit more in depth into this Spanish and the Jordan case. First of all, in the case of Spain, as you know, we have high water stress. We have happening more often and longer droughts. We just finished one drought last year. And we are also having projections of reducing water availability by the end of the century by 40% in some of the Mediterranean area of Spain. So we are very aware that we have to make some difficult decisions for the children, for the future generations. We did a detailed and comprehensive analysis of direct use value in agriculture per crop and by municipality area. So we have 8,500 municipalities in Spain. So we looked at the value of each crop for each of those municipalities. And the original analysis of that type of a study was to look at disproportionate cost. So, if we want to protect the environment and we do it at the expense of reducing water use, we need to know what expense is, and that expense was the direct use value. So that was the original idea of the study. At the end of the day, we found out that we could do much more with the kind of decisions we could do with that study. One of them was to look at affordability issues. We saw that in the Mediterranean area, where I told you that we will decrease water availability by 40%, we found out that they were able to pay for desalinated water. The kind of products, most of people in Europe, they consume our vegetables, our fruits and vegetables produced in Valencia, in Almeria, in Murcia. And we looked at that. We looked at how much money they were making. And they were able to pay for desalinated water. So that in itself was interesting. Of course, there are other issues in the agenda of, how do you move towards that? It's not a all or nothing. It has to be a process. And a lot of the desalination cost, as we know, has to do with energy cost in Spain. And so that was also an issue on how much the fluctuations of energy costs, how it was affecting the cost of desalinated water, and whether we could do that with the farmers. We are more used to, in Europe at least, we are more used to fluctuating energy prices, but we are not so much used to fluctuating water prices. So the idea of you have to, in a way, create the conditions for farmers to know how much it's going to cost their inputs was important. So we for example, some of the other, so that was for affordability, and the other kind of recommendations or conclusions have to do with water reallocation. We found out that in Spain, 25% of the water produces 71% of the economic value of irrigation. So it's a lot, no? So the rest of the water is producing very little. So that in itself was important. Of course, that is not black and white because it has to do with where you do it, whether there are alternative opportunities in those areas where you are using water for agriculture, okay? And whether you need to save water in those particular areas, okay? So it really depends on the river basin itself. So these are the kind of, also the kind of analysis we made. So as you can see, there is some of the crops that were producing more than 3 euros per cubic meter, whereas other crops that are really producing very little, 10 cents per cubic meter. So having that kind of analysis is very important. And also here, for example, that we have to produce 1,000 euros of economic value, we need to use 10,000 cubic meters for cereals, whereas we need to use very little for vegetables and vineyards. So there is an opportunity cost in relation to how you use water. There is some crops that are very important in terms of producing economic value, other crops are not. But of course, I mean, what is very clear is that looking at the economic value on all the criteria for decision making is also important to balance it out. Okay, and then the other study that I wanted to highlight is the case of Jordan. In Jordan, they also have high water stress. 60% of water is used in irrigated agriculture. They have difficult decisions to be made in terms of supply, demand, and balances. So they looked at the direct use value in irrigation agriculture, showing that some crops were using most water with little value. So a little bit like in the Spanish case, you can see that, no? That's the kind of, and they thought about which kind of crops are using an important percentage of water, but really the economic value is not very high. So those are the ones on the right-hand side of the graph here. So basically they decided to reduce banana production where depletion of groundwater was an issue. So where there was problems with groundwater depletion, they decided that some crops that were not worth continuing, that they would be better to use other crops that were less water intensive. So it's not a question of doing away with agriculture, but the decisions have to do with doing something else that uses less water. And they created a target, which I think is a very interesting policy decision in my view, that to increase the productivity of water. Here is in Jordan dinars, but I made it in euros. Basically, it's now 52 cents euros per cubic meter, the value of water, and they have a target to increase it to 1.43 euros per cubic meter. So to make sure that the agricultural sector, at the end of the day, is generates much more value for the economy, which is a win-win. And I think I will leave it here, and I pass it on to Nick Strange, who will do the next. Is Nick or Omar? Oh, I'm sorry. Omar, who will do the next presentation. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning. It's my honor to be here. My name is Omar Oda. I am the UNDP Senior Advisor to the Deputy Ministry of Water in the Kingdom of in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. You know, I want to start with the saying, starting with some fact about the kingdom to remind us all what's happening and where are we heading to. And this is very, very critical because my target today is to answer single one question. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this water evaluation study? And that's where I want to start from. Let's start about the kingdom, characteristics itself. We are talking about a country. Just to give you a head up, we have a shortage. If you look at this basic hydrological number, we are looking at a country with have 40% 40 times evaporation than rainfall intensity. This is significant. It's not only that. This is where we are living at, arid, hyper-arid country, but with a dream, with a perspective. We are a country, we are proud of our vision, Vision 2030, that's looking for a significant development to stay away from the traditional oil-based economy toward a more strong, diverse economy for all sectors. But think about it. Water is everywhere. Water everywhere in the economy. It's an essential ingredient for any economic sector. You name it. Can we do industry without water? If there is any industry in the face of the earth, we can't do it without water. Nothing. Food, no way to produce food without that, or agriculture sector. Tourism, recreational, name it, an economic sector. Without water, nothing will happen. But what can we do? We have a very limited water resources. That's a very big. We depend much on our non-renewable groundwater, but that's come with a result. Look at the number here. We have an average drop of a groundwater level of 3 meters a year. Where are we going? That's a big question. And that's where we start thinking. We have to look at a different way, at different things of managing our system. We start at the ministry looking at what can we do. And the first things we need to see the baseline demand for water. And if you look on it, a very quick things. Urban drinking, around 20%. Between 70 and 80 go for agriculture, and 8% for industrial, and we have a big consumption level. This is a startup regarding the demand side of the equation. But I want to stress it again. We are very stressed. Look to the map. Our stress index is more than 500. Just to give you a head up. If you are 100% stress index, if you have the record of 100, you are extremely stressed, according to UN classification. We are 400, more than 400. So we are away from even the word extremely stressed. We are 4 times the extremely stressed indicators. What can we do? Just to give you a rough number for the world, by 25, approximately 31% of the world GDP, equivalent to 70 trillion, will be exposed to high water stress. Guys, my friend, we are already there since the beginning of history. So we have to think difference. I believe a lot of us know the key challenges we have, and I just mentioned a few of them. Water scarcity, groundwater depletion, drought is a big issue. And you know what? We come with the climate change too. Oh my God, do we need more extra barrier, extra challenge? That's true. With what's happening globally, We are there. We can see that. We have a very drought year, and we have abnormal floods coming to us and hit our city heavily. So things are getting more and more complicated, and we cannot stand anymore with the traditional approach, just build more infrastructure, produce more water, because we have our vision. We have our future vision for a diverse economy that's consider all aspects, that diverse the income for the country, that evaluate each sector and allocate resources according to the efficiency of the sector. We need that for the future generation, and that's where we have to start. We have started in 2017 thinking about a national water strategy, and I'm so happy to share with you here the vision. And I want to put a few buzzwords in the vision itself. If you look, first word in the Saudi vision, a sustainable. This is key word. And if you look in the you will find efficiency contribute to economic and social development. This is the key word. And if you look at the dimension for it, economic sustainability is a key full dimension out of the 5 main dimensions of the strategy. So we have it there. It's stemmed out of our Vision 2030. That's what we got here as the strategy. And it's supported by a very clear-setted objective that integrate the economic contribution of water as a part of it. One way to do it, and the only way to do it, with the circumstances and the vision we have, and the natural situation we have in the kingdom, is to look toward a sustainable way. And I like one statement that's one of my colleagues always saying, we have to account for each drop of water in the country. Otherwise, we have no future. We have to do that. It's not optional, it's a have to. And what a better way to do that is more than to look at and to utilize. I want to call it, even it's have, as my colleague Sophie here said, it started in 1992 with the Dublin Principle, where the first statement of it are saying water has an economic value and should be considered as an economic good. That's how is it mentioned, but it's barely have been talked about for the last, after that, for how many years? Maybe for 30 years, until the UN have issued the World Water Report about water valuation, but have been barely going in the theory, some literatures, some scientific research at the university, but the real, now it's booming, and we here want to utilize it. It's one of the tools that will help us a lot to go ahead and support us in doing many things that's critical for us. In the vision, our target is to maximize the social and economic benefit of water, and that's the first one. We need to look at the right allocation for water, where to allocate it, for which purpose, for all these things, and for all these reasons, I don't want to go in them by one. We go in that direction. We decided to make, and I think you have noticed that, none of the case studies we have it here have ever done a water valuation study at a national level. And we decided to go in this path. And trust me, it was not easy. Just to preparing the term of reference, it took us a year, because we need to look at all examples before. We need to fit it with the local circumstances and what's given up in the country and the characteristics of the country. And then after that, even developing this study was not easy on us. We seek support from a consultant, Arthur D. Little, one of the best worldwide in that field, and we haven't depended on the consultant alone, okay? We seek support from OECD, where they were a great help for us. Thank you, Sophie, thank you, Walid. And it's not only that, we got the World Bank also on board. And we want to do it right. That was our objective. I wanted to be a role model, and we want a tool that's help us in the decision making throughout the process. And that's what we have done. We develop a complete project, and I will leave it to my colleagues Nick here to give you a bit of flavor of what is the project is all about. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar, indeed, and very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Nick, and indeed I work for ADL. Thank you for that warmth there. But this has not been our work. This is the work of the Ministry, of MIWA, of the Water Deputyship, but work that has been contributed to by all the panelists here and many others behind the scenes. So I'm proud to present this, but it's a much broader team behind this. What I'll try and do in just 15 or 20 minutes, and I apologize it's heavy for a Monday morning, but I want to really introduce what was the valuation study. What does it do? How did we build it? But maybe more interestingly, how can we use it? So building on all the stuff you've heard already, we look at what the fundamentals of the total economic value of water is. We look at what other countries have done, but we tried to build, for, as Dr. Omar said, never been done before on this scale, a customized model for the kingdom. What is the value of water in the kingdom specifically? It's a simple question, but you'll see as we go through, it's not a simple answer. The first thing is to start with the sources. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are 4 sources of water: groundwater, surface water, desalinated water, and treated wastewater. What we did is we took those 4 sources of water, and what you'll notice is that depending on the source, depending on how you use it, it'll have a slightly different value. So we use 4 user categories: agriculture, industrial, urban, and environmental. When we say urban, we're talking about domestic and commercial use within towns and cities. When we talk about environmental, we're talking about national parks. Naturally, there's a timeline. There's a time value to money. There will be demand profiles will change over the next decades as the kingdom's economic plans come into place. So our model will provide a future view on the supply and demand going ahead. We call it a national model, but it's not always interesting at the aggregate level. It's interesting at the regional level, at the local level. So what the model does is it takes the 13 regions within the kingdom. You'll see different sources present and prevalent in those regions, and you'll see different use categories. You'll grow different crops. You'll find different industrial applications. So let me start by taking you through our methodology and approach. We followed 3 steps, and if you stay with me, I'll take you through each step one at a time. Step 1 is to acknowledge the total economic value of water is not just the direct use, but there are additional uses that contribute to that value. So that we have to identify all the use and non-use values of water specifically within the kingdom. The second thing is to add a value to that, attribute a value to that. What is the economic value for each of those individual use and non-use cases? The third step is to aggregate that up, to construct that up into a dynamic model, a user interface that you can run different scenarios. And then we'll talk at the end, what do you do? What can you do with that data-driven model? What can you do with that model to make decisions, informed decisions? What kind of decisions? So let's start with number. What is the use and non-use values specifically within the kingdom? So there are I'll take a minute on this. This is an important part of the concept of the value of water. There are 3 use values and 2 non-use values. I think naturally what comes to people's mind, maybe what you're thinking of right now, is the direct use value of water. This is if you take 1 cubic meter of water and you consume it. Maybe you consume it to grow crops. Maybe you consume it as an input into an industrial process and you get a direct output. This is perhaps the easiest concept to understand. But what if you don't consume it directly, but you use it indirectly? This is what we call the indirect use value. A good example of this is flood control. You build a dam, you protect a town or a community from damage. The water stays there in the dam. It may recharge aquifers, it may provide ecosystem support, but you're not actually consuming that unit of water, but it's providing an indirect economic value. Another important concept, particularly in the kingdom, where you have non-replenishable groundwater, is the concept of option value. This is an option that you're not going to use it today, but you will have value by using it tomorrow. It's like a security of supply, if you will. So these are the 3 use cases of water, 3 use types of values of water. But also there's a value for not using water. So we talk about 2 non-use values, bequest and existence. The concept of bequest is the concept of inheritance, passing something on to to our generations beyond. And I think that's very much in keeping with the theme of COP16 and providing sustainable solution for the next generations. Existence value, just by having water there, it is raising value. It can improve the quality of life. It can improve the quality of society. And just by having an existence, sometimes you'll see if you take a house, for example, and you move it from a suburban area next to a lake, the same house will have a slightly higher value. So you can actually see an economic value to just the existence of water. So moving on, and apologies, it gets a bit more technical, but what we did as part of building this model is we took all of the use and non-use values within the kingdom, and we went to one level deeper. So here you can see 12 subcategories. You'll notice the 4 direct use values, agriculture, industrial, urban, and environmental we talked about, but also all the non-use values, such as flood protection, such as groundwater recharge, and also bequest value and existence value. Now, what you'll notice is there's a mapping, and this was a mapping exercise, that you can't use all the sources of water for the same uses. Maybe if I draw your attention to number 3, all the boxes are highlighted because in urban areas you will find groundwater, surface water, desalinated water, and treated wastewater. But when we look at, say, number 6, flood protection clearly is only making sense when we're talking about surface water. So you can see the mapping exercise that we did. So that was step 1. But now that we've mapped all the different values of water and we've identified all the sources of water, the question is, how do we attribute a value to that? And there are many different methods for attributing an economic value to water. In fact, there are 9 formally well-recognized economic valuation models for water. And what I'll do is I'll just take you through some of them so you can start to understand how these different economic models are naturally more applicable to different use cases. The 9 economic models can be categorized into three groups. The first is the revealed preference approach. This is the best from an economics perspective because you're getting market data, you're getting an output data that you can directly contribute to that value. If you don't have that option, you can look at a cost-based approach where you can say, what does it cost to replace a unit of water? And the third one is an economic term called a stated preference approach, where you just go to societies and communities and you conduct a survey and you ask people, what's your willingness to pay? What do you value water at? So if I just take your attention to number 1, this is the best way, in many ways, to value a commodity, is you ask the market. You have a supply and demand. This is true for oil. This is true for gold. The market price is set daily. Unfortunately, it doesn't really exist in water, or at least very rare. There are a few rare examples around the world, but in the kingdom, we have no market for water. So we move on to the next value, the production function method. And this is extremely useful when trying to value industrial applications. It works when you know the input volume. You know how much water you're putting into a process, you know the other raw materials, you know your energy costs, and you know your output. So you can directly attribute what is the value added of that unit of water. The third option is more applicable for agricultural purposes. We call it the residual value method. The reason why this is typically used for agriculture is when you don't know exactly the quantity of water that you're putting on your field, but you do know if you didn't water that field, the crop wouldn't have grown. So you work backwards. You take the crop, whatever it might be, let's say you grew some watermelons, and you take it at the farm price, the farm gate price. You say that this crop we grew is worth X, and then you work back, and you deduct the cost of land, the cost of labor, the cost of fertilizer, and what you're left with is the residual costs. And that residual cost must be the water, because you couldn't have grown that crop without the water. So here you can start to see how these different methods have a different applicability for the different values. Maybe just going quickly on, the replacement cost method is also very useful in the context of the kingdom because we have non-replenishable aquifers, non-replenishable groundwater. So when we extract water that's non-replenishable, one way to look at it is what's the cost to put that back? And then you think, well, what's the next available source? And that is desalinated water. So you look at the cost to produce a unit of desalinated water, transmit it, and re-inject it back into that aquifer. That's called the cost replacement method. The last one, and it's when we start to, as Sophie was introducing at the start, the total economic value of water is not just about the economic output, but it can have wider environmental meaning, wider social meaning, cultural meaning. And the way to calculate that or to measure that is by going and asking people. And as part of the study, we conducted a national survey all over, properly statistically verified with different social demographics, economic demographics, to ask them a series of well-structured questions to attribute the contingent value to, say, the existence of water or passing on water to the next generation. So as you can see, I'm sorry, just on the left, there are the 12 use values of water. This is what we defined, the 12 use values of water and non-use values of water within the kingdom. And along the horizontal there, you see the 9 economic valuation methods that we used to define them. The approach that we used to select these is based on, welcome. The approach that we used to select the right valuation method was based on 3 approaches. Number 1 was the accuracy of the method. That means we would always take a data-driven approach over a survey approach. So wherever data was available, select that method. The second selection criteria was the robustness, the sensitivity to data. So some models are more sensitive to data gaps than others. And the third is about selecting the right model that helps make decisions. If we take the first example that I was mentioning, agricultural uses, we use the residual method because it gives us it's linked to the actual market price of the product that you're producing. Yes, you could calculate the cost of that unit of water another way, but it wouldn't have the same benefit, the same usability. So that's how, through our analysis and our selection criteria, we selected the best valuation method for each of the individual use and non-use cases within the kingdom. I hope I haven't confused you with that. What did we do next? The last step was to construct that up, aggregate that up into a dynamic model. So we took, just reminding you, we took the 4 sources of water, groundwater, surface water, desalinated water, and treated wastewater, and we looked at every single use and non-use value that's applicable to that source, and we built it up into a model. Let's just take a quick look at one of those. We'll just look at the groundwater example. When you look at the groundwater example, you can see 8 use and non-use types of water. You could use groundwater for agricultural purposes. You could use it for industrial or urban or environmental purposes. But one message I want to get across today, and I hope that you're getting this, is the model is not just about that direct use. That even if you don't use that water, that the value of water is not 0. That actually it has an option that you could use it tomorrow. It has ecosystem support that it's providing. You could leave it in the ground and it would provide an existence value for the future. And that's an important concept. So the question is now, what can we do with this model that we've built? And I just want to, at the highest level, say that the model can be probably used for three things, and this was already referenced a little bit today, is around raising awareness for society, but raising awareness for decision makers. This is a data-driven model to help make data-driven informed decisions. When I say decisions, we're talking about optimization. How do you optimize, increase efficiency of what is a very valuable and scarce resource? And maximization. How do you maximize economic output so you're making decisions that you're using that water to make the right decision? On the right, if I draw your attention to the right, there are 5 use cases that I'll quickly mention. Within the economic subsector categories, you can make allocation decisions. A good example is the one that was shared by Josefina, that when you look at crops in Spain, you would want to allocate your water resources to the highest value economically contributing crops. When it comes to water efficiency, particularly in the industrial sector, where you could look at all your industrial categories and you could see which one is having the highest value and which one is having the lowest value. That would identify efficiencies. Where are industrial processes more efficient? Where are you getting maximum value from your industrial, and how can you share that with other industries? Environmental protection investment decisions. Clearly you make decisions for environmental reasons to treat water, but actually it's not just about the environment. There's economic benefit to not putting pollutants or contaminants into the system. Financial planning. This is about allocation of financial resources where the country most needs it. And a last example, water source conservation. This would be, for example, if you wanted to invest in a wetland or a wadi. It's not just, this tool allows you to do a cost-benefit analysis, not just the investment you have to put in, but the full economic value you can get back out of having that water conservation restored. And so just to conclude, I think we're good on time. I just have one last slide for you just to elaborate on three of those cases. And you've already heard a little bit about this today from around the world, from Jordan, from Spain, some good examples. But when we look at a direct use value for agriculture, This is about looking at all the different crop categories and identifying which ones can add the most value and making the right decisions to select those crops. Industrial applications, I was just mentioning, when you look at your industrials across all the industrial sectors, you can see where there are low efficiencies and where there are high efficiencies. One example you might know about would be the paper industry. The paper industry is a high consumer of water, and processes and decisions were put in place to make them recycle and reuse water. And now you see in the water industry that they're still a high volume user, but they're much more efficient. So the value of water, industrial value of water, has gone up. And that's a learning that you could apply to other industries. And lastly, as I was mentioning, when it comes to environmental decisions, environmental protection decisions, if you're trying to get investment into treating wastewater, you could say that they're using the model to say there is beyond just the environmental benefits, but there is an economic benefit to preventing discharge of contaminants. Just 3 examples. I hope they make sense. There are obviously many examples. And that's the last slide from me. I hope that you understand it's been a long journey. We've built quite a complicated and sophisticated tool, but I think it's going to be a useful tool for the kingdom to make decisions going forward. So with that, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Great discussion, actually, and excellent presentation we had. So thank you, each one, for your effort, and also how coordinated are your presentation. That's come clearly. Any nation, country, care about its development or sustainable development, have to care about water. In particular, when it comes to put in place a vision or strategy for the country development, that is essential to consider the value of water. My first lesson that I just heard now from your discussion, that such a valuation of water would need a country-specific view, because the needs are not the same, the integration of different sectors and the use of waters and the needs of population, industry, tourism, etc. would be very different. So that's why having a coherent national strategy on water should be something to consider in the context of any sustainable development strategy. So in our plan initially, we should have a discussion, and I had a prepared question, so I think to make it more spontaneous, I will close my questions because we don't have time for that. And I would like to ask colleagues here just to react to very quickly to 2 questions. What the world can learn from Saudi Arabia experience and policy in evaluation of water? So this question is for Sophie and Josefina first. And Nick, Omar, I come for another question for you. Sophie, please.
Thank you, Walid. So I think what Saudi Arabia has done is really to develop a comprehensive and detailed framework, putting it into a coherent framework. So this tool, as you mentioned, can be directly applied in other countries because it brings together a lot of academic research. I mean, this is not like they're totally new concepts. Obviously, you built, it was based on an extensive benchmarking and review of existing studies. So this language is coming to the fore, but I think it's probably the first time where it is put in this coherent framework. So as you said, Walid, it needs to be adapted to each circumstances. Obviously, the prevalence of treated water and desalinated water is disproportionate, I would say, in Saudi Arabia, but it is growing in other countries. So we can apply that, tailor it to national circumstances, also tailor it to basin circumstances, because I think what has been done at the national level might be difficult to replicate in the sense that it's very dependent on, you know, the right type of governance. So having a single ministry that is leading the way on water is not always the case in all countries, but many countries have pushed the river basin view. So this could be integrated at river basin level. There's a mandate for that in the European Union. Josefina mentioned the Water Framework Directive that requires economic analysis of water to be carried out at river basin level to draw up the river basin management plans. But economic assessment and economic valuation has tended to be the weak point in those assessments, and they have been done mostly for assessing disproportionate cost, as Josefina mentioned, but we can boost the application of economic valuation. I think what will be interesting to see, and we haven't seen that yet, is what comes out in terms of decision making, in terms of application, because you've laid out a number of potential cases, use case, but we haven't yet sort of seen it fully in action. But this is something where countries can learn together, and that's where I think policy exchanges, peer exchanges would be very valuable to take place.
Thank you, Sophie. Quick reaction, Josefina, please.
I'm quicker. I think there's been a presentation here
Josefina.
at COP. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. There's been a presentation here at COP of the World Atlas on Droughts, and there it has says that 3 of every 4 person will be living in countries where they will have more recurrent droughts by 2050. So I think the kind of analysis that we have made here in this study is absolutely vital. I think these kind of studies are going to help us decide on what to do, not only when there is reduced water availability or when there is low water availability, but what happens with kind of decisions we have to make when there is a drought. When there is a drought, there is always the need to put limitations on water use. So this study helps us to know, which kind of water uses we need to restrict when there is a drought, and how much we need to compensate them for those losses that they may have. So if we don't have this kind of information, we are just doing decisions on the basis of no information whatsoever. So you really need to do this. And I think something very important, my second point, very quickly, is this idea that you have to think about the use values and non-use values. It's the trade-offs that happen, between the water being used today, what kind of uses of water that we are using today and we are not being able to use tomorrow, and also this idea of the non-use values that Nick presented.
Excellent. Just a good transition to Nick. Non-use values, that's something challenging, we know, because as you explained in your landscape of different methods, only the stated preference methods that can help understand and get estimate of that. So how you see the challenge in getting these values in your analysis and recommendation?
Yeah, no, thank you, Walid. And it's one of the challenges with water that it's not quite the same as any other commodity, and it's because water is the essence of life, and I think that's why it's always such a sensitive topic whenever you talk about it. And this is an economic study, and we've tried to quantify and we've tried to make economic decisions. But what you'll find over time in different cultures and different civilizations, that because water is being used for food, for life, for society, for recreational use, for other health and well-being benefits, it has an almost mystic value, a spiritual value. Maybe you go to countries like India and you ask them, what's the value of the Ganges? There's a magic to the Ganges. It brings life, it brings community. Of course, when we come to Saudi Arabia, we come to the desert, we don't have as much surface water. It's not as visible. It's not as visible as the lakes and the big rivers in other parts of the world, but it's still critical to life, and I think we appreciate it even more, and that's why it's quite a fascinating study and a fascinating question. When you go out and you ask, and we did that, we conducted that survey, and we asked the citizens, the people of Saudi Arabia, we said, well, what's the value that you put on having that groundwater, having those aquifers, having those wadis? What does it mean to you? And they were able to share that, and we were able to use that input, and it's a fascinating discussion.
Thank you, Nick. Omar, final question, and needs a very short answer, but the question unfortunately is more complicated than what next?
Oh, we haven't done yet. Thank you, Ali. We haven't done yet. I believe this is just the first step. What we have produced here, or hope to produce, we are produce a model there to be utilized. And will be a continuous process. And for me, the most crucial part will be in the future is to keep updating the model with the right information. Collect the right data, process it, convert it to a usable information, and feed it up and try to follow it. That's one step. To produce a tool that really can be used in a decision-making process. This is the whole idea. The whole idea is to get a tool, support decision-making process based on realistic, actual information in a very simple word.
Thank you, Omar. So I know we are running late. However, I will take 2 questions from the audience. If there is
Still
any
10
question. Yes, please.
Okay.
You need a mic? Yeah.
One question.
Thank you very much. I'm Fathi Labdi from Saudi Irrigation Organization. Agriculture is the most consumed. And from your talk, the irrigation sector will be requested for more efficiency for that very big consumption within the sector. What about this compromise solution between the use for agriculture and use for other sectors from your economic view? And what is the way for decoupling water from other activities for social activities?
Thank you. I'll take another question, and then I will ask the panelists to respond. Yes, please.
Maybe Nick can answer this question. Does the value of water get into countries' GDPs? And if yes, how?
Thank you. Let's start with Nick then.
I'll try to tackle both. The gentleman first. I think you did identify quite rightly a good point, which is there is a limitation to this tool, and I don't think you can take it on its own, because what you'll find quite quickly is you'll find that the highest economic value of water is typically to put it into industrial applications. Clearly, the recommendation would not be to divert all of your water to industrial processes. I think this tool has to be used in conjunction with a series of other national decision making. So food security, for example, other jobs, and there are a number of other factors, but the tool still gives you a data-driven base with which to compare and contrast. It's most effective within subsectors, like within the industrial sector, where you can see efficiencies that can be shared or learned, or within the agricultural sector for prioritizing. I think, to the other gentleman's question, I think absolutely it can. I think it can begin to give at least a high-level view of what the GDP contribution is. I know that question has been asked many times, and I would say we're a step closer to putting a value on GDP contribution of water in the kingdom.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to close our session now. So please remind us something. Cheap water comes with high cost for the society, in particular for future generation. So on that, I want to thank Sophie, Nick, Josefina, Omar, and Abdelaziz for the opening remarks. Thank you all, and the session is done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everyone to our next session, titled Hydroinformatics as a Key Enabler to Water Resources Sustainability and Land Resilience in Water Scarcity, Saudi Arabia. The moderator will be Dr. Mohammed Al-Umair, Chief Data Officer at Saudi Irrigation Organization. Please welcome him to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم جميعا بكل خير. سعيدين في اليوم السادس من الكوب 16 أن نشارك بتنظيم هذه الجلسة منسوبي المؤسسة العامة للري. اسمحوا لي أرحب بالزملاء الحضور والمشاركين في هذه الجلسة. نبدأ مع سعادة الدكتور هشام العسكري، أستاذ علوم الأرض ونظم المعلومات الحاسوبية، حاصل على درجة الدكتوراه، حاصل على جوائز مرموقة، شارك في مؤتمرات الأطراف عدة، لديه أكثر من 200 منشور بحثي. تفضل دكتور. الخبير الدكتور فتحي اللبدي، أستاذ إدارة الموارد المائية وأستاذ جامعي في كل من تونس وفرنسا وإيطاليا، خبير الري بالمؤسسة العامة للري. تفضل دكتور. سعادة المهندس أسامة الزعبي، خبير على تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات، لديه أكثر من 25 عاما من الخبرة، شغل منصب الرئيس التقني لشركة سايسكو في الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، مؤلف كتاب التحول الرقمي. تفضل دكتور. دكتور تولغا، جيولوجي متخصص في الاستشعار عن بعد ونمذجة الموارد المائية، حاصل على درجة الماجستير والدكتوراه من جامعة هاجتي في أنقرة. تفضل دكتور. عالمة البيانات الزميلة ضحى العبد الواحد، أحد منسوبي المؤسسة العامة للري. تفضل يا أخوي ضحى. أعتقد نحتاج واحد كرسي. الله يعافيك. زميلتنا خولة العرفج، خريجة علوم الحاسب ومتخصصة في علوم البيانات والتعلم الآلي. أهلا بكم جميعا في هذه الجلسة، ونتمنى أن نتشارك معكم المعلومات والفوائد من الزملاء الخبراء. I would like to speak in English right now. First, I would like to thank you for attending this very important session to talk about the hydroinformatics as a key enabler for water sustainability. Today we have a very expert from around the world that will share with us their information, their thought, their insights, how we can leverage the area of data and this time to water sustainability. First, I would like to introduce the Saudi Irrigation Organization, which the main organization responsible to manage the most water-consuming sector, which is irrigation, and also we are responsible to enhance and develop the dams as well reuse of the treated sewage effluent. First, I would like to ask Dr. Hisham to share with us about his information, about his presentation, as he is specialist in remote sensing and GIS.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Hayakum Allah. Thank you so much for having me in this with this esteemed panelists. Very happy to share some of the work that we have been working on utilizing earth science and earth observations and data science. The role of hydroinformatics in managing water resources. My presentation is going to be covering like lots of areas today, and I would like to start very briefly from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, which highlight most of the issues that we are going to be facing as humanities in the coming 10 years, as you can see, are revolving around environmental issues, mainly biodiversity loss and water scarcity issues and whatnot. So this is the direction that we are moving in, and these are the issues that we need to be looking at. So when we look into the integration between the different subsystems of our planet, We look into the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, the biosphere, the lithosphere, the cryosphere, and the interconnectivity between all of these different aspects. So we utilize Earth observations in order to understand the different components of the hydrological cycle, being one of the most important drivers for the physical processes happening around our planet. These are some of the related issues which are the most significant climate change threats, which can have a little bit of implication on water issues or water resources. Our guiding principles in my lab that I operate at Chapman University in California is that we are trying to democratize data or climate insights. It's a very, very important concept of looking into observations and try to drive meaningful information for stakeholders and decision makers across the globe and utilize the power of data and this kind of integration. So you can see a bunch of topics here and the impact which can result also in global displacement. In our work, we are trying to use innovative approaches towards sustainable solutions, which are driven by 4 major pillars: AI-powered Earth observation, water resources prediction, dynamic climate risk indices for water management, predictive analytics for water resilient infrastructure, ecosystem-based adaptation for water security. And I was planning to present on each of these topics in my presentation today, but I'm not sure that the time is going to allow me to do that. So I'm going to skim through, some of the slides, and I'll stop at some in order to give a little bit of insights about them. When we talk about the anatomy of the decision-making process, so it is all about the integration of Earth observations and data science. So we try to use satellite observations which can provide us information about our past and our present, and then utilize the power of AI and deep learning methodologies in order to look into the future. So this is the kind of the autonomy that we are working on in terms of training phase, what kind of data sources, different kind of algorithms that we use in order to do predictions, look into the residuals, and then we have a feedback mechanism in our prediction process. So you have, based on the training samples or the training data that you have, you add new input data to the models, to the predictions, and to the judgment, and you want to make sure that your outcome is very clear based on the actions, or the actions taken are very clear based on the outcome that you are getting. So if we look into this very complicated the diagram, which represent for you the energy balance and the water balance, we can take from this diagram every single component in the hydrological cycle, be it precipitation, transpiration, evapotranspiration, runoff, infiltration, soil moisture. So each one of those, I'm trying to show you the power of Earth observation, so we can exactly monitor and observe each and every single component of this equation in terms of the water balance component. So across time, since the 80s, different kind of satellite missions have been evolving until recent, couple of a year ago or so. The most recent mission, which is SWAT mission, has been launched, and it is changing the whole understanding. And there is another mission coming into the near future, which is space, is going to be talking about some of the biophysical variables as well. So you can see here on the left-hand side the different kind of hydrological variables or parameters that we have been using satellite observations to tackle or to address. And we end up with maps like this. This is precipitation from tropical rainfall measuring mission, showing you the climatology and showing you the variability of the precipitation pattern across time. So I have the temporal component and across space as well, showing you the variability in the Nile Basin. If we focus a little bit here on the TRIM, you can see the TRIM precipitation anomaly in one of the months. Alexi evapotranspiration is another product which is very important reflection of the status of the land use, land cover, and we use this kind of variables very heavily when we are talking about LDN initiatives, when we are talking about neutrality, when you are talking about land restoration and afforestation, soil moisture component, we touch on it, vegetation, NDVI. And by the way, NDVI is the most popular for the majority of us. However, NDVI is one of the very least variables that we can use. We are able to develop more than 17 different kind of vegetation indices that we call prescription maps. So when it comes to precision agriculture, you are able to identify very precisely water stress, nitrates, phosphorus, if you have any kind of infection. So there are different indices that can be developed that can look into different spectral variability or different spectral bands. GRACE, which can give you some kind of underground water anomaly and show you the retreat or show you the discharge or the recharge on different aquifers. When we talk about the compound effects of these different kind of natural disasters, this map is showing you the overlaying or the compound displacement risk, like based on conflicts and disasters when they are overlaid with one another in the same location. This map is showing only the disasters distribution, which might be of water nature or related to different kind of water sources. And this is very important in terms of displacement and migration, because when we have like losses in water resources, the impact can be quite dramatic. This is one of the most historic maps from GRACE that was issued by NASA in 2016, showing the worst drought in the Eastern Mediterranean for over the past 900 years. This is not a spectral map. This is based on gravitational anomaly. So here I'm showing you, like, how much variability is present in North Africa and in the Arabian region, as well as in Southern Europe. And you can see, like, the impact on the soil, the impact on the agriculture sector, the impact on the food productivity that can happen as a consequence of something like this. I will have to run through some slides because the time will not allow me to do so. Again, distribution of droughts and extreme temperature indices across Asia and Africa, showing you the most heavy countries affected by such a disaster, floods, and you can see the distribution of locations which are going to be affected also heavily by floods. And this is based on a lot of work, a lot of analysis, and we create vulnerability indices, which takes into account also the socioeconomic component into the picture. There was supposed to be a video here. Recently in Wadi Al-Rim, there was a very known like flooding incident that took place, and it has had a big impact on the water body in this region, as you can see. And we wanted to do a little bit of an analysis on that based on what happened. So this is in the region here in the kingdom, and you can see the topography map showing you like the topography in this region. And when we overlay the stream network and the drainage network, you can see the stream orders. And these two stream orders in red color represent stream orders of order 5, which collect the majority of the rain in this region and take it towards the outlet into the water object, the water body. Stream order number 6. So like doing such an analysis allow you to prepare vulnerability indices. So you would be prepared, you would be able to know which areas might be affected dramatically as a consequence of floods and excess amount of rain, or on the opposite side if you have different kind of droughts. We have lots of research in different parts of the world. This is in Nepal, looking into different kind of hydrological variables and land use, land cover, and putting it in different kind of climate projection models in order to look into the pre-monsoon area, which is characterized by severe droughts in that region, followed by massive amount of floods. We use different kind of variables in the hydrological cycle in order to predict the impact on that region in terms of variability. And this map here is showing, the map like is supposed to pop up, the map here is showing you the impact on different sectors in this area. Here I'm showing you 3 major variables, heat maps of 3 major variables, which are precipitation, maximum temperature, and minimum temperature. And these variables, with the colors in the heat map, it identifies for you the areas of very, very high risk. So you can have risk maps which can pinpoint high risk zones, predict climate-driven moves, warn at-risk areas early, being proactive in terms of an alert system, and direct resources efficiently. Another case study here, very fast, on the Nile Basin River, using a very important variable that a lot of people are not really aware of, which is the VPD, vapor pressure deficit, which is very important in the quantifying of the water use efficiency. And through this analysis, we were able to identify the amount or the threshold at which the relationship for different kind of crops would be falling apart. So you would know at what temperature, you would need to establish some different kind of crop switching strategies, because of the water use efficiency equation will not stand anymore. Showing you different projections with different climate trends, SP 245 or SP 585, short term and long term, and the impact in these regions. One of the most recent hydrological phenomena that a lot of people are not aware of, something that we call the whiplash. The whiplash in Arabic means el kurbag. So like the whiplash, you have severe droughts followed by severe floods. So how a water manager will be able to like accommodate, like how you are going to be planning in the future if you have years of severe floods followed by severe droughts. So you can see here in California, in West California, the water year 2019, it is quite wet here. And then in 2020, you can see it is, there was supposed to be animation here. 2020 is a dry year. So the blue circles represent floods. The red circles represent droughts. And then you can identify a mega drought here. And based on that, we look into heat maps like this, which can identify, like, these areas that we are highlighting in different climate projections, like, the future of the area, how much droughts are going to be, and what time of the year, what time of the century we are going to be observing this kind of mega droughts. I have to pass this. Last thing that I would like to present, how we can be prepared for different kind of coastal impacts. Libya tragedy was a wake-up call because the Mediterranean basin suffered from a sudden increase or major increase in the temperature, in the sea surface temperature across the past 3 decades. And because of that, we started to observe what we call the medicanes, which is tropical-like hurricanes. So what happens in the Atlantic is currently happening in the Mediterranean, and how we can be better prepared for such events like what we saw as well in Wadi Rim. This is a pre-event, a picture from Maxar, and this is post the event. You can see the level of damage. So we started looking into the hydrology of this domain and, like, the watershed and the catchment in order to do a vulnerability risk assessment. So you can see this is the basin over which, like, the majority of the losses took place, and you can see that high stream order number 4, which is extending from the beginning of the basin all the way till the end. So we look into different variables, different morphometric variables in the basin, like be it elevation, be it slope, curvature, and different kind of things, and we put all of this in a weighted overlay model with different percentages based on the outputs that we are looking at, and in order to create what we call the flash flood hazard map, and we assess our models based on performance and based on sensitivity in order to get something like this. So this is a vulnerability map or a flash flood hazard map which identify the regions that basically the majority of the losses took place. 25,000 people lost their lives and around 40,000 got displaced in this region. So such an analysis was able to identify areas which are very high risk. So imagine that this work is done pre the event. It would have been a huge impact on the people living in this region. So the take-home messages from my presentation is the power of Earth observations as a mean to address water-efficient uses in agriculture and in other sectors, because when I'm able to quantify the different kind of variables in the hydrological cycle, I can create what I mentioned for you before, which is the prescription maps. This is the concept of precision agriculture. When you are looking into water stress, into vegetation, like the impact on the leaf internal structure, chlorophyll content, and as such, the intersections of data science and the Earth observations is quite obvious and very important, because Earth observations provide us with current information. We are able to observe what is happening around us right this moment. And also it provides us with the knowledge and the background of the domain over the past few years. However, in order to be able to be equipped into the future, we have to use all of this information, be it ground-taken observations as well as satellite data, and feed it to our different kind of machine learning models or deep learning models in order to be able to be prepared for a better future. With that, I conclude, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hisham. It was a very informative presentation, how we prepare and use the advanced technology and artificial intelligence and data for the climate change and the challenges. First, I would like to welcome His Excellency Deputy Minister of Water, Dr. Abdulaziz Shibani, for coming in this session. And I would like to highlight in this session we have a theoretical, and at the end we have a real application, how Saudi Irrigation Organization use data and real application to enhance the decision making. So next speaker will be Dr. Fathi Al-Libdi. Please, you have 10 minutes, please, Doctor.
Back. Shukran, Dr. Mohammed. It's an honor to present in front of His Excellency today. I will talk about two main points within Saudi Irrigation Organization. Muazzam Salim is with us today, and I will talk about dams management and operation. And the part of data and the part of IoT and its importance in terms of data management and operation for dams reservoirs. The question within dams, reservoirs, management and operation is how to satisfy the demand as possible as water resource can allow. Then there is a big challenge there, but in particular, with satisfaction of demand, we need to minimize the risk, the hydrological risk and the security risk for management operation. The optimal management of dams is done within SIO today as a big idea, a compromised solution between what we have as normal operation and what we can have in pre-crisis or crisis management when floods are there. Historical data forecasting for inflows are extremely important. Important for the extreme events. One is floods and another one is drought. The accurate water balance within the dam is one of the main part we need to develop today with different scales of dams, big scales, big dams, small dams, medium dams, and that water balance needs data. And those data need to be accurate, need to be reliable, the water balance need to be very well identified. This is the basis to operation, this is the basis to optimize the decision. We have just some kind of minimization of function that it's a mix between satisfaction of demand and minimization of risk. This is a minimax system for all Saudi dams. What we have as hydrological variables, in particular for floods, it's a Dirac function. Means that in a short time, we have a flood. And for that short time, we need to have measurements. And for that short time, that measurements need to have a decision to operate. And this is why, for the short-term data measurements requirements, IoT is a suitable tool for this kind of natural physical phenomena. These phenomena are upstream on any data analysis. That data analysis is requested for modeling. That modeling is requested for field calibration, for implementation, and for decision support. As an example for dams data management and operation, we have this kind of systems, very big one. I don't want to go there, but all that we have parameters, variables that we need. Some we need to measure, some we need to extract from data analysis, and some we need to generate from expertise if we don't have this kind of measurements. This is same. And we need to see from, in particular, dams management, that data is the main part to have a suitable decision for that. The second part is within networks. SIO networks, you know that the TSE treated sewage effluent reuse, they follow standards. This is under some operation rules. We need to put chlorination. We need to operate with this chlorination. And we need to be sure that chlorination parameters, quality parameters within water are under standards. The impact of deterioration of quantity and operation and storage of that chlorine, it's a big challenge within SIO networks. And for that, we are working with KAUST University to understand what kind of reaction chlorination has within networks, within under pressure systems of networks, how it's reacting with the hydraulic parameters, these quality parameters, and to see where we can optimize a booster station to chlorinate the system, to minimize also the cost and minimize the quantity of chlorination according to what we will call a soft IoT. The optimization is to improve the uniformity of chlorination along the system, is to minimize chlorine booster station along the way of the, water, the TSE water from the source to the irrigation zones, and to minimize the injected chlorine mass. This is the three sometimes conflictual objectives we need to compromise. This is the system within SIO. It has many components, water sources, pumping station, under pressure pipes, reservoirs, and for all this system, the part of data requested on real time and then analyzed within a system, a model, is very important to decide which quantity of chlorine we need to inject and where, spatially distributed. There, we have this importance to install more and more data measurement systems, analysis and modeling, and in particular to be proactive, means that forecasting is the way to go to understand system even with some accuracy, but will minimize a lot the cost of quality treatment there. This kind of equation we have within our system, I will move there, but the most important is this R. R is the reaction of chlorine within the system of SIO. And this R is a characteristic of SIO system. In conclusion, we would like to develop with our colleagues in dams, in quality management, what we call soft sensors. Soft sensors are these modeling systems that could be soft, but they are accurate to predict. And they are accurate to give option for solution through real-time measurements. We are working for this monitoring and coupling models to create these physical sensors, which are installation, physical installation, hard installation, and to minimize this hard installation, we create modeling systems to advise on soft sensors. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Dr. Fathi for exploring how we can enhance the use of data and IoT in dams, and as well explaining the use case we already implement in SIO using the artificial intelligence monitoring the water quality. Next speaker will be Engineer Osama Zibi. Please, the stage for you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It is my pleasure and great honor to be part of this esteemed session. I would like to thank Dr. Muhammad for inviting me. It is great time that I follow Dr. Hisham and Dr. Fathi. They made a great case for the importance and the criticality of information in creating the transformation and achieving the goals of the water scarcity. I just maybe want to take a moment to maybe shed some light on a small history. I think it could potentially make the case of the goal of my presentation. If we look back a little bit, we see that the internet as we know it has made significant transformation into every aspect of our lives. However, when did it do that? It did that when it made its way to the hands of the normal people, not in the companies. Back in 1989, the World Wide Web was born. The World Wide Web was the platform that allowed all people to innovate and collaborate. In the late 2022, we have experienced a similar major disruption. The generative AI made its way to the hands of normal people. Hence, we see the big focus and discussion of AI. We would not be talking about AI if it wasn't for the data and the criticality of data and the data that we manage actually to teach and educate machines that ultimately allowed us to reach where we are with regards to the generative AI. The topic that I'm talking about is that when we bring this collaborative approach between the private and the public sector to enable for primary and critical use cases that will enable us to achieve the goals. There is no doubt that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has set a new frontier when it comes to the Green Initiative. Between 2020 and 2021, the Saudi Arabia launched the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, for which so far there has been major achievement where the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has led tremendous transformation on every front, and the technology was playing a very critical role. It is very evident that the technology is playing a very critical role, as I mentioned, in every aspect of our lives, all sectors, and water, and for the Ministry of Water and the Saudi Irrigation Organization is no exception. Now, there are many areas of research and many technologies that can play, and I believe that the Saudi Irrigation Organization has played a critical role where they brought these technologies and capabilities together. Whether it's from artificial intelligence to the Internet of Things, to the leveraging the information and data to potentially in the future quantum computing and others that will allow us to leverage some of the systems and the technologies that the esteemed panel spoke about and will speak about potentially later, that will allow us to really create new sets of use cases that have not been used before and have not even been done before. When it comes to hydroinformatics, there has been a lot of areas of research, and there has been, the scientific community have been focused on how we can use anywhere from the normal data that we are gathering from the existing systems to the imagery that we are managing to gather from satellite to enable the use cases. I will cover a few of the use cases, but some of them are the water supply chain, because it is known that there is approximately anywhere between 30 to 35% of the water is actually wasted during the water supply chain. And we'll talk about that maybe in a little bit more details. Also, the smart system, the smart irrigation system, which I believe the team will talk about later, and the Saudi Irrigation Organization have been implementing and using, and many other use cases that are either implementing or we will be talking about later on now. Those are use cases that are today. However, as I mentioned, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is creating a new frontier and new benchmark when it comes to deployment and employment of technology that will allow us to create things that have not been created before and we did not even think possible. Let's start first with the water supply chain and our ability to conserve. Now, all of us are aware of the challenging or the challenges that are facing us when it comes to the water supply chain. Some of it is the water wastage, as I mentioned. Approximately around 30 to 35% of the water is being wasted while it is being transformed and transferred and distributed. The unpredictable demand and the spikes that we are seeing in different times, especially in the summertime, but also the lack of the real data. Now, the use cases really focus on deploying and employing major technologies such as Internet of Things, such as major infrastructure, such as artificial intelligence and large language model in order for us to enhance this and save and protect some of that water that is being used as we distribute it. The benefit, obviously, is definitely cost saving and reduction of this major wastage that is happening on a regular basis. Just to give you an example, the state of California, in 1 year, employing artificial intelligence and data, they're saving more than 50 billion gallons of water in the water distribution. Now, when we look at smart irrigation, once again, similar technologies that are being used when it comes to the implementing and deploying smart irrigation. Once again, the challenge we look at is about 70% of the water that's being used is actually wasted in smart irrigation. And I believe the Saudi smart irrigation is doing a great job in how we employ technology, similar technology that I mentioned, whether it's the IoT sensors, the infrastructure, the artificial intelligence, the data gathering, and of course the IoT, OT, of course, with the platform that is fully secured, as well as the GIS system that the doctor spoke about earlier. The benefit, once again, conservation of water, but also enabling for major optimization across on how we implement smart irrigation. The last one that I will speak about very quickly is really the water desalination. Again, according to the United Nations Smart Development Goals, Saudi Arabia is actually making almost about 50% of the world, 50% of the water that's being used in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is actually being desalinated. Our ability to enhance this process, but also not only to conserve the usage of water and the production of water, but also its distribution as well as protecting the environment from that front. Similar technology, once again, I think all of those examples that I have used, they point out to the importance and the criticality of data that will allow us to feed into large language model in order for us to achieve those goals. And as I mentioned, some of those benefits that could be realized: enhanced energy efficiency, improved decision making, sustainable management, and so on. In closing, we believe that technology can play and will play and is playing a very major role in creating tremendous transformation in the water management in general, but in specific in water irrigation. There are a lot of areas of research, and we have heard of some of that earlier, but we will probably hear more about that later. The technology today is serving a lot of use cases, but what we are looking for is really to take that to the next level, enabling exponential growth in deploying those use cases that, again, allow us to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Osama, and I like how we use different technology in the water field, and how the example state of California use millions of gallons using the artificial intelligence. Excellent.
Absolutely.
And the thing I like also is we cannot talk about that AI if we don't talk about data, which is the main thing. Thank you so much, Doctor. Next speaker will be Dr. Tolga. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum assalam.
Dr. Ömer, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, actually. My name is Dr. Tolga Alkel from Turkey. So ever since I joined the industry for 25 years, I'm using remote sensing GIS as an application. But for myself, I'm not calling remote sensing GIS as a tool. I think remote sensing GIS are science or arts. So ever since I joined the SIO, I would like to make a review about what we have accomplished so far and what we are planning in the short-term and mid-term program, what we are thinking, what we're going to do. The challenges on water assessment, actually, ever since I joined the industry, I have been using remote sensing applications regarding minor exploration, oil and gas, and other areas. For the water assessment, actually, the scarce water resources like Saudi Arabia, what kind of remote sensing tools, what kind of remote sensing issues we have been using. So I would like to mention that it's still an overview. And RSGIS applications on water assessment, actually, and ongoing studies on SIO, what we have accomplished so far, as I said to you at the beginning of our presentation, and what we are planning in the midterm and short-term program, and what are we doing, what we're going to do in SIO. And the challenges also we have been facing when we are using remote sensing and GIS technology, actually, how we solve the problems, how we handle the problems that we are facing, and as I said, short-term and mid-term program and the results. Large-scale water bodies, the focusing actually those areas is a time-consuming. That's why we are using remote sensing technologies actually. So the GIS and data collection and the data gathering is very important. The another important part is the QA/QC on the GIS data. The problems that we are facing in SIO, we have been gathering too many data from too many divisions, too many departments, not just inside SIO and outside of the SIO actually. So what we have doing is, so we have to QA/QC on the GIS data. And the water quality monitoring actually on large scales with remote sensing applications. And also remote sensing and GIS, it's providing cost-effective, and it's very important. And the other thing is capturing spatial and dynamic change by using remote sensing actually on water assessment. And also supporting real-time monitoring. These are very important by using remote sensing and GIS on water assessment. And also what we can do by using remote sensing applications. So we can easily detect the total suspended material, chlorophyll, dissolved organic matter, etc. And also we can create a GIS dashboard, a robust GIS dashboard. It's very important by using GIS and remote sensing satellite images as well. So what we can use also in SIO, what we have been doing, so we are creating cultivated and uncultivated for each farms because we are working on farm-based model in SIO. So as Doctor mentioned before, the first presentation, NDVA is the most famous one, which is showing the cultivated and uncultivated part, for example, farms for SIO actually. But there are also problems that we're facing, I will mention you. And also, we have to create a geological and hydrogeological model. For myself, I'm a geologist. I was graduated as a geologist, but I'm using remote sensing and GIS technology as a geologist. What we can do also, what we are doing also, so to determine hydrological parameters like evapotranspiration, water surface temperature, as Doctor mentioned, albedo, and etc. In SIO, we are thinking to use radar applications and real-time monitoring on scarce water areas. So those are the capacity building in SIO actually. Ever since I joined SIO, I'm working for Dr. Alamer's team. So we have 6 branches in SIO actually. What we have doing is, so for 6 branches, we have been drawing farm boundaries, drainage network, pipelines, pipes, and anything polygons and lines and point features that you can imagine for GIS dashboard. So what we are doing is we are gathering data from different branches and different divisions actually, not inside the SIO, outside of the SIO as well. So we are QA/QC on existing data. So we are digitizing those data as well. And we are modeling by using remote sensing application and softwares. And we are creating maps for our aims. And also the database creation is the most important part. This is the short presentation, as I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation. So we are gathering the base historical raster maps. And what we are doing is, from raster to vector, we are QA/QC on that, on the maps actually. So we are correcting of each vector data and the finalization of farm boundaries, because we are working on farm basis in SIO actually. So which farms are cultivated or uncultivated, which farms are pumped, which farms are linked by the pipelines, which farms are under the responsibility of SIO or outside the responsibility of SIO. We have been doing something like this. And the data gathering is always continue like this. Remote sensing in SIO, so far we are creating NDVI images for each farm basis, as I said. We have been using Sentinel images, which has 20-meter resolution and 10 or 12-meter temporal resolution. So we are creating a cultivated and uncultivated by using Sentinel images. Those are the, at the bottom, and the right bottom, you are seeing the graphic. So in this graphic is showing the right, cultivated part of each season. But these are not true for all SIO branches. For example, if you are thinking Damat Agendal, so the graphic is stable. But if you're thinking of El Hassa, starting from January to December, it's showing like this. So NDVI images for showing the cultivated part of each farms is not generalized. You cannot say that, okay, regarding the NDVI images, which is greater than 0.2, is showing the cultivated part. So these are the challenging issues. These are the scientific approach for SIO. We are working like this. So with Dr. Ömer's team, actually, we have been creating GIS, robust GIS data for SIO and each branches of SIO. What we have, so we are collecting, the collection of the data is always continuing, as I said, and QA/QC and existing data is very important. Datum projection systems, this is a problem facing, because when you're sending some surveys to the farms, they're not using each projection and datum system that you want. This is very important. If you name the baby at the born, at the first very beginning of the born, you cannot change later. This is the problems. These are the problems that we are facing. This is very important. This slide is showing our midterm and short-term program. This is the limited surface water and high evaporation rates and growing water demand. Based on those aims, so we have been studying key challenges in our region. So our projects are always continuing regarding the evapotranspiration and transpiration. I'm always preferring to use those terms not together, evapotranspiration and transpiration. For myself, transpiration is different project, evaporation is different project, so I'm not preferring to use them together. Remote sensing system for future aims, actually. So what we can do in SIO, we have been thinking the surface geological features by using remote sensing models, and we can easily create hydrological budget like this, and surface water parameters, as I said to you at the beginning of my presentation. Those are the aims that we are planning in short-term and mid-term program in SIO for each branches. And also, all the things that I am mentioning so far is optic images, like sentinel image, aster image, and a kind of image that you are thinking about is as optic image. The radar is another topic. So in SIO, not maybe short-term and mid-term, in the future program, in the long-term and mid-term program, we are thinking to use radar applications, actually. So it's very important for excessive water usage, and surface saturation is very important for us, and surface geometry. So those are the things that we are planning for mid-term and long-term program by using radar applications. Thank you very much for listening to me, actually. Your contribution is very important for me, actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tolga, for sharing an application that have been done within SIO and the future potential application for the future. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next speaker will be joined together, Duha and Khawla. They will share with us a real application that how we leverage the data and some of the tools within SIO. Duha.
Thank you. It's very narrow here.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
It's my honor to speak with you today about business intelligence to address one of the most pressing challenges in our region, sustainable water management. I will walk you through the SIO journey and the challenges we have faced and how the data-driven organization solve this issue. Moving on, we will talk about how the role of business intelligence in data-driven decision-making, and the SIO how has implemented the BI tools and solutions to optimize water allocation and enhance water management. Moving on, let's consider the major challenges. Let's consider the major challenges facing water management in Saudi Arabia. These challenges will be summarized in water scarcity, limited fresh water availability, make the water scarcity, limited freshwater resources and resilience on destination, insufficient distribution, the water wastage and insufficient and inequitable distribution of water reduce the efficiency, climate change, shifting weather patterns, escalate stress and pressure on undergrounds and ecosystems. Finally, the data fragmentation, the lack of integrated tools for real-time decision-making. These challenges underscore the need for innovative decision-making approach. And now I would share with you how the decision-making approach can address these issues. The decision-making approach forms the backbone of data-driven organization. As we will have this example in these four critical areas, identifying water stress areas by using geospatial and historical data to prioritize regions with highest demand, optimize water allocation, ensuring that the water allocation is efficiently distributed, forecast the future needs by anticipating future demands using predictive analytics, monitoring infrastructure performance. Real-time data helps us detect problems and decrease the losses proactively. These actions are powered by business intelligence, which plays a crucial role in enabling effective solutions. Business intelligence supports transformation in integrating key capabilities summarized in data collection, gathering information from multiple sources, such as IoT sensors, satellites, data analysis by using predictive analysis or machine learning or advanced analysis, visualization by development of interactive dashboards or reports, which helps us monitor key metrics, and finally, decision support, which is providing recommendations for risk management and water allocation. These capabilities form the foundation of our transformation, and now let me share with you how we have built a robust and data-driven organization. The journey will include the digital infrastructure, the deployment of IoT sensors, and SCADA system to monitor water flow, data integration, unified platform combining agricultural, hydrological, and climate data, BI dashboard, the development of interactive dashboards and reports to track water distribution and distribution patterns. Finally, predictive analysis, forecasting water demands and identifying shortages and or overuse. These efforts not only streamlined our operation, but helps us and equipped us in facing the future challenges. The impact of this transformation is clear. For SIO has resulted in improved transparency and accountability, enhanced operational efficiency, better resource allocation driven by data insights. For stakeholders, the benefits of this transformation simply would be for farmers receive adequate water supply, and for decision makers gain actionable insights in long-term planning, and for the communities benefits from the enjoying the water sustainable management for securing their future. These are some of the real-life applications we have implemented in our platform, BI platform in SIO, including optimizing water distribution, monitoring irrigation, supporting policy decision, water quality monitoring, predictive analysis for demand and supply. And before I conclude, I would like to briefly show you the interface of our SIO business intelligence platform. As you can see, this is the landing page, which is divided into main section. Each section represents a sector of our organizational chart. Each section contains a number of dashboards. An authorized person can access to this dashboard and get benefits from it. And now I would hand it to my friend to give you a deeper review of the platform.
شكرا ضحى على مشاركة. نصفق له بس. استعرضت ضحى show us how we have been utilized the business intelligence for 2 years right now within SIO, and how the benefit we have been gained from using these tools to analyze and support the decision making in Saudi Arabia, on Saudi irrigation actually. Now we will see a real application, the outcome of this business intelligence dashboards, how we utilize this data, and we will conclude after that. We will have the question from the audience. Khawla, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I will explain to you some of the use cases that we utilize data to support decisions related to water management. The first use case, as you can see here, this dashboard, which is crop water requirements. So it is a summary of a study conducted by the ministry, in which it determines the water requirements for different crops in the kingdom to achieve higher production and improving the water use efficiency. So as you can see here in the dashboard, it views the number of crops, which is 900, and which is categorized into two categories, fruits and vegetables, and using different irrigation systems, which are surface irrigation, bubbler irrigation, and drip irrigation, and covering almost 29 cities across the kingdom. So here we can select a specific region, a specific city, and a type of crop. So for example, here we chose palm trees, and we can view the monthly average of water requirement, which is in liter per tree per day for all the months, and using different irrigation systems. And as observed here in the summer season, it is higher demand, unlike the winter season or the winter months. We can see less quantities. And in the second chart, it views the annual average water requirements for palm trees, which make a comparison between different regions in Saudi Arabia. And here in the map, it is an interactive where we can select a specific region, and it will be reflected in the dashboard. Using the same data, we have implemented a calculator to calculate the crop water requirement depending on the user inputs. So for example here, the user can select a region and the city and the crop type. So in the region we can select, for example, the eastern region, and then the Madinat al-Ahsa or al-Ahsa city, and the fruit crops and palm trees. And we also can select the water salinity for the irrigation. So for example here, salinity 2. And here we can input the number of crops that we have, for example, in our farms, or the area in hectare. So for example, if we input 200 palm trees, it will calculate the total crop water requirement, which is cubic meter per month, across all the months in the year. And also it gives us the total crop, the cubic meter per year. So it serves as a reference for anyone who would like to plant any palm trees or any specific crops. The second use case is statistics of the distribution of irrigation system and the geospatial data. So here, for example, we have a Dawmat al-Jandal branch. Here we have an overall picture of the components of the irrigation system, starting from the water source until the farm or the client or the farmers. So here we have the water sources, the pumping units, and the water reservoirs, and the length of the irrigation network in kilometers. and the number of the served farms, and the area in hectare in which it may be total or irrigated area, and also the length of the drainage network. So we have the whole picture of the irrigation system. And here we have, for different zones, we can know the number and area of farms for 5 different zones. And we can compare between them, and also the distribution of the farms between these zones. For example, here the area percentage, we can know the area in each zone. And also we can know the water resources or the wells for each reservoirs. And here in the map, we have layers of all the components, starting from the boundary of the branch, next to the distribution pipeline in which it to distribute the water to farmers, and also the drain network, and the water resources or the wells. You can view their data, and last but not least, the reservoirs, and also the data along with these components. And to the last component, which is the farms, we can see the boundaries of each farm and the geospatial data. Okay, I think that's. And here we have some of the use cases that we made publicly available to anyone. So anyone can benefit from this data from SIO. We have 5 dashboards, which are the irrigation, the one as the same as before, but as statistics for all the branches, and the irrigation network, and anything related to irrigation, and also the dams or statistics of the dams, and then the water reuse dashboard, and then I think the تشجير or making green lands, and last but not least, the modern farms. Starting from the first one. These are statistics for all the branch in SIO. The number of water resources, the pumping units, reservoirs, number of farms, and also the locations for each branch. And we can select any branch, and it will be reflected on the dashboard. The second dashboard is dams. Here we can view some statistics of dams, like the number of dams, the total capacity, and distributed between all the dams. And here we can see the most 10 dams according to capacity and their locations. Another one is the KPI for reuse of treated water. Here we can have some statistics or some KPIs related to reuse of water. And also for the TSE stations and their locations and any related data. And this is the timeline for this KPI across the last 7 years. And also this one is the this initiative, which is it will show us the number of trees, number of sectors serving this initiative, and also each region. And the final use case is the modern farms. Here in SIO, we have different farms, different modern farms that can be a reference for farmers. And that's it. And now I would like to conclude.
Thank you so much, Hawla, for sharing your dashboards. As we almost finish our session, I would like to re-thank our panelists, and I will keep the 20 minutes we have left, or 25 minutes right now, for questions. I will not ask any question right now until I see if there is any question from the audience related to the topic. As you see, we start about the different technology, different opportunity using new advanced data-driven decision to help sustainable water management. And we see a real application that have been done through our organization. If you have any question, it's time for you. Please, the mic, please, there.
Assalamu alaikum. Ismi Rawi Hassan. I'm a Hydroinformatics Water Resources Management Specialist. My question is for the panelists who talked about remote sensing and GIS. As you know, we have a lack of data abundance in Saudi Arabia in terms of the quality of the data, especially the satellites data. Most of them are 10 meters or 30 meters, and if we're talking about the DEMs, they're 30 meters to 60 meters. So from your perspective, can we anticipate a Saudi satellite when it comes to the digital elevation models? Because it's very crucial for water assessment and water management.
Dr. Hisham, maybe.
Sure.
So I heard a question about the quality of the data that's been used from the remote sensing and satellite images, how we utilize, how we can rely on it, I think.
From what I heard from the question, if I heard correctly, I think you were talking about the spatial resolution, correct?
Yes.
10 meters, and you mentioned the DEM beat 30 meters, correct?
Yes, and I was asking if in the future there will be a Saudi satellite capturing DEM data specifically for Saudi.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good point that always needs to be touched on. Unfortunately, the majority of people working with satellite observations, they only focus on the spatial content of the information, which is important, but it is not necessarily the most important variable or the most important parameter that you need to be looking at. Sometimes the spectral variability is even far more important than the spatial domain. So Sentinel, for instance, at 10 meters and 20 meters resolution, but with very narrow number of bands. Now we are utilizing the power of EMET data, and I'm not sure if anybody heard about EMET, which is a hyperspectral sensor, and it is at 60 meters resolution. However, EMET is providing you with a vast majority of spectral variability across the sphere and veneer. So you are dealing with data from 400 nanometers all the way to 2400 nanometers. So you are covering the entire optical region, be it visible or short, mid, and far infrared. So that gives you a lot of information. Speaking of the DEM, that's a very good point. We have the SRTM at 30 meters. ALOS data, people sometimes use it, the Japanese model, the Japanese DM, sometimes being used. But let me share with you an approach that we utilized in one of our publications, which is coming out very soon. And we utilized SAR data. We utilized SAR technology. And in this work, we looked into the vertical displacement which happens in some locations because we were assessing something related to coastal zone management. So we looked into SAR, and we were able to identify the rate of the change over the course of 10, 15 years from the vertical displacement. And we built up, based on this analysis, based on the rate of the displacement, be it uplifting or down or subsidence. So we calculated the rate of the displacement over the period of 10 years. We overlaid this information on SRTM, and we put an assumption. We said, what if this displacement continued at that rate for another 10 or 15 or 20 years? So based on the assumption that in another 20 years, the displacement is going to be such and such. We calculated all of that, and we built up on top of the SRTM a new digital elevation model. So we were able to create an assimilated DEM. It doesn't exist, but we produced, like, based on the displacement calculated from SAR technology from the radar and built on SRTM, we were able to look into the future 40 years from now. This will be the topography, and this is how the drainage network is going to be affected, and this is how the stream orders are going to change their orientation, are going to change their orders, like, from 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 1 to 2, and so on and so forth. So there are other ways of utilizing the power of data and, like, predictability and deep learning models that you can utilize whatever you have right now and then build on it. Like, about advances in technology, right now we have a wide range of observations. We have eco-stress on International Space Station, state-of-the-art evapotranspiration sensor. We have EMET hyperspectral. We have SWAT SWOT, which is another satellite looking into the water stream flow, which is state-of-the-art satellite as well. And in the very, very near future, we are going to have PACE, and that's going to be launched very soon. So right now, it is I would say it is the golden era of satellite technology and what we are able to do for water resources management.
One last question. Is there a way I could find the data you worked on, the collaborated data?
Can you say this again, please? Can you raise your voice?
Is there a way I could find the work that you've done, collaborating the SRTM with the other data? Is it a study I can find or something?
For calibration?
Yeah.
There are lots of work, like,
No, the work that you've just
like, there are papers in remote sensing. You can refer to that. There are papers in the computers and geoscience, which also touch on that, like recently 2024 computers and geoscience, and there are a bunch in remote sensing as well.
Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum to all of you. My question is just what we have just touched. How does the system works when it comes to extreme conditions like the one that you have just mentioned, like the droughts and flooding? And is there any backup plan, power plan for that? Thank you.
Dr. Fatih.
Dr.
You want to go for it? I can.
Dr. Fatih. تفضل.
There is no really a plan of operation. There is strategic plans. But operation needs a lot of data and accurate data. And then when we come to minimize the risk of drought and maximize the satisfaction of demand, which we call a compromised solution, that it comes to risk management. And for this kind of problems within KSA and within any arid area, the hydrology which is in this condition is very sensitive, is very special. You have 1, 2, 3 floods per year, but it's a flash floods, and that flash floods, its operation is not a usual one. It's always something to... Drought is different. When floods is coming, you know that you will have a flood. Some hours before, some days before, but you know that something is coming. But when drought is starting, you never know when can it stops. And drought is much more, let's say, risky than floods. We need floods, but we need to address that floods in a correct way through optimization of operations, but in particular through data.
Thank you, Dr. Hisham.
Let me add also into this a little bit. In our understanding of working on events short-term or long-term, there is always a myth, a misunderstanding on our end between climate and meteorology. There is a huge difference between preparing for long-term and preparing for short-term. So in other words, all of us know that the global climate change is happening, is a fact. All of us know that the temperature is increasing and is going to exceed beyond 2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. These are facts, and we know that. And somebody from a predictable point of view could say, oh, this is a climate prediction. And we are very confident about it. So we can predict on that kind of long term with a lot of high accuracy as compared to, I cannot tell you precisely what's going to happen tomorrow. So predicting short term is something and long term is another thing. So when you talk about climate, when we talk about droughts or floods, we do not predict instants, or we should not be working on an instant. We should be working on predicting the process itself. So you are looking into the physical driver of the system. What happens in order for this to occur? So when I talk about hurricanes, I don't predict a hurricane. I look into the trends of the sea surface temperature, which is the driver of the evaporation and creating that kind of system which can lead to the formation of a tropical cyclone or things of that sort. Same thing applies here. I totally agree with the professor about short term and long term. You can be prepared to have a resilient location or a resilient city or a resilient infrastructure to deal with an action down the road. That's why we have the 100-year flood. You can have the estimation for 100 years, and it can happen once, it can never happen, and it can happen 10 times. But this is the level of preparedness. But to predict the drought right now, I can always look into the physical process driving it, and I can know the drought cycle when it's going to happen. And there you can start utilizing what we saw from the center, these kind of dashboards, the smart system, the geospatial intelligence, where you can have different kind of scenarios. So what if scenario? If I have shorter, scarce water resources. So based on that, I can utilize this kind of crops, which are kind of short on the water utilization. Then I have a wet period, so you can do what we call crop switching. So you can utilize different kind of agriculture or crop switching or crop plantation or by studying the phenology or whatever based on the situation. And these are all done through the power of data. So data right now is quite important, but understanding the different frequencies embedded in data is a totally different story. When you are looking into 100 years of precipitation, within those 100 years, you have lots of cycles. You have seasonality, you have decadal oscillation, you have multi-decadal, you have a Nino cycle. So you have different frequencies embedded in your data, which is driving your system. Our knowledge should be used in order to subdivide or do what we call frequency decomposition. So you decompose your data so that when you are putting plans in the future, it's going to be based on the seasonal variability or the decadal oscillation or the El Nino periods. With this level of depth in the complexity of your system, you can definitely be way better prepared.
Dr. Mohammed, if I can add, I think from a technology standpoint, while the technology is still in its early phase, the scientific community believe that this is a perfect use case for quantum computing.
Absolutely.
Because when it comes to traditional computing, even using the supercomputer, such complex model, as you start adding more variables, it becomes extremely difficult to really create the predictive models. However, through quantum computing, this is definitely, when it comes to use cases for quantum computing and justification for quantum computing, this comes as to be one of the first and most important use cases.
Yeah, but Doctor, once again, sure for that. I agree totally that what the professor said, that this kind of approach and scenarios in particular, there. But there is one thing we have from the practice of this kind of management, the expertise, the experience of the experts who are working every day on that systems. When we start to talk about, to work on dams management or on network management, the empirical rules coming from the expertise and coming from long experience, very long experience, they enrich a lot what we have as data or as historical data or as tools and technologies around that. When we put this expertise, when you have a model, you don't have all the parameters there. You don't have all variables that can be generated to explain what's happened. Then that expertise coming from some persons who are really experiencing that, and to put it, to calibrate or to enrich that system is extremely important.
It was a very good answer. Any more question? We have another just 10 minutes left. Please.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I'm asking, does the flash flood affect human being or the plants? Thank you.
What was the question?
Flash flood.
Flash floods, yes. This is one hydrological characteristics of arid area. That when it's raining a lot and short term, short time. And that flash floods are extremely important when you don't have any vulnerability around or downstream. When you start to have vulnerability, means village, human activities, and so you need to manage that floods. The cost of management is very high, extremely high, to manage big quantities of water coming in a short time. And this is why dams are becoming now, Saudi Arabia has 574 dams for that. Then it's very, but in the same time, that floods are extremely important to the recharge of the aquifers. We are between the vulnerability of a system and the benefits coming from these floods. And their management is very hard, really, and the cost of resiliency for that systems is high.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fathi. Any question, please?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sahar Hilal. I'm coming from Turkey, actually. So, just little question about utilizing artificial intelligence in computing the data and the extrapolation of the data, and how this enhanced the total efficiency of treatment of the data.
Dr. Engineer Osama, do you want to answer the question? Using the artificial intelligence, how that can enhance the water efficiency?
I'm not sure actually if I would be the right
maybe Dr. Fathi.
We have two examples. And we are moving within SIO to what we call soft sensors. Soft sensors is what Dr. Laumir is developing in his department, is sensors that will be based on data, reliable data, and the forecasting from that analysis is also accurate in somehow, accurate. Then means that we need to put some sensors somewhere for dams, for chlorination, but we need to minimize the cost of the hard sensors through data analysis. And through data analysis means that you have data coming on real time somewhere from hard physical systems, but your development of models that can forecast in a good way your system could help a lot to minimize time and to minimize the cost of your system.
Well, now I understood probably the question. So I think artificial intelligence plays today and will play a major and critical role in creating efficiency at every level. But that's entirely dependent on really three things, right? One of which is just the compute, the hardware. The other is the language model, which those are not complicated. But the difficult part is really what we are talking about here is the actual data, right? Your ability to get data to train the models that ultimately to achieve automation. Because the idea here is that you want to create scale and speed that human normally are not doing. Today, SIO have done an excellent example, and we have seen from the ladies here the presentation and how they used intelligence and data to create really business insight, which was amazing. But we want to take that to a whole new level where we take all these kind of data, educate the machine, and ultimately to achieve efficiency. There is no doubt that this can only be done through language models that are trained on good sets of data, including imagery that I believe the question was asked about earlier, and having really good amount of data that is contextual, which basically can be used to achieve some goals.
Also, I would like to add this one. Right now, I'm a heavy user in AI. My time is efficiency increased right now, absolutely. Summarizing papers, everything. Same thing, I think, with the water. You will have the indicators. You know where is going, what's going on in the systems.
Yeah.
So that will be reflecting the efficiency.
Absolutely.
Please.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, I had the same question, but I would like to reflect on it in a few words. The sensors for soil moisture detection, and I mean their accuracy and reliability is questionable so far for us. I mean, we've tried in a couple of plots in Egypt, and of course there are a lot of constraints like the cost of these sensors and the acquisition of data. It's very difficult to have a reliable data from this sensor so far. I mean, maybe if you have successful experience, you can shed some light on it. And my question is for our ladies from the SOI. Wonderful job. But I've seen, I'm trying to understand the context of surface irrigation here in the kingdom. I mean, given the aridity of the kingdom, how do you use surface irrigation? I mean, in terms of losses, evaporation, and you showed that you have some drains. Do you use drainage water again, like recycling drainage water, and or you don't know, or you don't use it? It's only the treated water that you use for irrigation again. Thank you.
So the question, Duha, how we manage in SIO the surface irrigation, and do we use the drainage water again through your analysis? Okay, I will have answered the question. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I have read in the Saudi Green Initiative as well as the Vision 2030. By year 2030, the intent is really to reuse 100% of wastewater. So that's the goals. At least from what I have read, again, I'm not into this. 70%. Okay, 70%. Okay, so I stand corrected. Yeah. The
drainage water that coming out of after irrigation, the excess water from irrigation, not wastewater. I'm talking about drainage water. Okay. Because do you reuse drainage water? That's my question.
I will answer for this the question. In Al Hassa Oasis, we have been reused the drainage water 15 years ago, and we have published paper on this one. We mix it with treated sewage effluent. We mix it with groundwater back end. Right now, 99% of our water reuse in irrigation from the treated sewage effluent. So this is just to answer, do we use the drainage system? Yes. We also have several studies right now to how we enhance the quality of the drainage water to be reused more efficiently, and we don't want to spend to waste any water in evaporation and so on. When we talk about the surface irrigation, this is your second part of your question. In our network, we push to have everything is pressurized as a system, so we will save money and time for the farmers. They don't need to use surface irrigation. They can use our energy to push the water to their farms. And right now, SIO don't give anyone a service of water that they still using surface water. They must move to the drip irrigation or live irrigation. So I think we have just 2 minutes left. If there is one more question, yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So regarding generative AI and comparing to the old school AI of neural network and machine learning, what use cases other than administrative use cases for image generation, predictive ground levels, or from data analysis using generative AI? What kind of new use case are you envisioning using these new tools?
And, just to understand.
On generative AI, yeah. So I think all the use cases that we discussed are dependent on AI, but when it comes to generative AI, it's really primarily around the interaction of human with the insights that the models can potentially generate. The ladies have presented quite a bit of those use cases. At least in my view, in the area of generative AI, those can be enhanced dramatically as we apply, where you don't really have to have too much, I would say, planning and searching for answers. Generative AI ultimately could help you really and guide you in the fastest possible way to what is it that you want to decide on. That's where at least we see. So all the cases we discussed, generative AI can be applied.
I can add also.
Yes.
Very briefly. I can add also to this, this year, 2024, witnessed something extraordinary, which is the 3 COPs happened back to back. So you have the COP about biodiversity, followed by the COP climate, UN CBD, UNFCCC, and then UNCCD. So these 3 COPs back to back, are calling for one thing, which is the integration, because nobody should be under the impression that I can address global climate change alone, independent from what's happening in terms of desertification or impact on biodiversity. So generative AI can be used in a lot of things. When you talk about loss of lands, when you talk about desertification, when you talk about habitat mapping, when you talk about restoration efforts, all of this integrated with different kind of climate projections, as well as impact on different kind of habitats, the interaction between the land and the marine, see what happened in Wadi Rim. There was a flash flood on land, and it did have a huge impact on the marine environment and the coastal areas. So this kind of integration between the different subsystems is very, very important. So generative AI will be and is currently used across the spectrum in all of these 3 areas. The integration is the key. You will not be able to address desertification independent from biodiversity or from climate projections. So this needs to be integrated.
For just answer once again, we are using neural networks for forecasting in the chlorination system monitoring.
Okay. At the end of our session, I would like again thanks our distinguished speakers, Dr. Hisham, Dr. Fethi, Engineer Osama, Dr. Tulga, Duha, and Khawla, and thank you, all of you, for your time and attention to be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes.
Have 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Send them now or just wait?
So, hello everyone. We are about to start. Thank you so much for everyone that joined. We are going to start our interactive live review session. This is going to be a really different session from everything that you have been seeing so far during this COP16 event. This is an event of engagement with society and with youth, so I hope you enjoy it. My name is Ruben Costa. I'm from KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. I work as an engagement and performance sustainability lead. And today we are here to present one event that is based on a current project we have on research translation for society and for youth. So I don't think these are our slides.
There we go. Yep.
This one.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So I'm joined by my colleague, Miss Nikki Talbot. She is a director of the KAUST Enrichment for Youth. Before we start, I just want to give you some remarks about KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. So our vision is to be a destination for scientific and technological education and research in the kingdom and beyond. You will have the opportunity to hear a lot about our experts across the COP16 event. We have participation scattered across different pavilions, in the Science Pavilion and also in the Blue Zone in terms of policy. Our mission is deeply rooted on our research and the impact of our research and our technological innovation. But today, this event is going to be about something equally important, which is impact on society, and showcasing why is it important to have research and technology and how this helps us as humanity to move forward in the challenges that we have. So we have some key statistics in here. I'm pretty sure that you will hear a lot about KAUST if you are visiting other booths. So without further ado, I will also give the stage to some opening remarks from our partners. The project that you are about to hear, it's an SDG collection. So it's a collection about how science can advance the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a collaboration between KAUST, the United Nations Development Program Country Office of Saudi Arabia, and also with our partner Frontiers for Young Minds, which is a catered journal for children, edited for and reviewed by children. So without further ado, I would like to call on stage Ms. Sara Al-Hajiri. But before that, I'm going to give just the microphone to my colleague, Ms. Nikki Talbot. She's going to talk about another impact that we have at KAUST, which is a peculiarity. We are a university, a graduate university, but we also have a K-12 school inside the university. So Ms. Nikki is going to say a few words about this.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Ruben. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to all our students. Yes, I'm director of the KAUST Enrichment for Youth Office at the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. KEY offers a range of curricular and extracurricular programming for us, all of the students who live in the KAUST community, all of the school-age students. Our programming covers areas such as science, arts, languages, AI, technology, career planning. We also offer internships across the university to all of our school students, and we do tutoring and coaching as well. One of the programs that we're currently delivering in partnership with with UNDP in Saudi Arabia, with Frontiers for Young Minds, with the faculty at KAUST, and with our students at the KAUST School, is building a collection that talks about each of the UN SDGs and how the research that's being undertaken at KAUST aligns with each of those UN SDGs. And obviously today we're here to hear about one of the SDGs, and our students will be interviewing and questioning the author about his work.
Okay, so thank you, Nikki. So without further ado, I'm calling to the stage Ms. Sara Al-Hajiri. She's an assistant resident representative AI for the UNDP, and she's going to give some opening remarks as our partner. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Okay. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good day, everybody. Dear students and distinguished guests, it's my great honor to represent the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, in this session, in collaboration with King Abdullah University for Science and Technology, KAUST, and Frontiers for Young Minds. This unique partnership, established since 2022, reflects the shared commitment to advancing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. In today's session, we will highlight scientific literacy, fostering youth engagement, and empowering the next generation to tackle pressing global challenges such as desertification, land degradation, and drought. At UNDP, we believe that youth are not only the leaders for tomorrow, but also powerful agents today, powerful agents of change today. However, globally, they face challenges such as limited access to resources, unemployment, and underrepresentation in policymaking, particularly on environmental issues. Despite these obstacles, youth continue to demonstrate an unrelenting drive to lead positive transformation. This session highlights the critical intersection of scientific literacy, youth, and sustainable development. This collaboration has yielded a unique opportunity by publishing articles authored by KAUST scientists and reviewed by brilliant young minds. These articles simplify the science behind the SDGs, bringing the gap bridging the gap between advanced research and actionable understanding for young audiences. Education is the cornerstone of sustainable development. SDG 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for all and to promote lifelong learning opportunities. By providing young minds with access to scientific literacy and knowledge about pressing environmental issues, we foster critical thinking so youth can become peer reviewers and think critically about solutions to global challenges. Build resilience through education, as scientific literacy equips youth with the tools they need to address environmental and social crises. Integrate environmental themes into educational content to teach youth about sustainability and enable them to advocate for a greener, more sustainable world. The urgency of addressing climate change cannot be overstated. SDG 13 calls for immediate and meaningful action to combat climate change and its impacts. By engaging youth in discussions on desertification, land degradation, and sustainable land use, we enhance climate literacy to empower youth to develop innovative solutions and advocate for policies that promote sustainable practices. Enable youth-led action to encourage young people to take active roles in combating climate challenges. Inspire long-term commitment to create a generation that prioritizes sustainability in their personal and professional lives. This partnership demonstrates the importance of cross-sector collaboration achieving sustainable development. COUT's cutting-edge research, UNDP's development expertise, and the innovative platform provided by Frontiers for Young Minds exemplify how combining strengths can produce transformative outcomes. In Saudi Arabia, where 67% of the population consists of children and youth, empowering this demographic is essential to achieving Vision 2030. Initiatives like the Saudi Green Initiative align closely with UNDP's priorities to promote sustainable land management, reduce carbon emissions, and support innovation. Through programs like the Youth Leadership Program and the Local Conference of Youth, LCOI, UNDP has provided Saudi youth with platforms to lead climate action, green entrepreneurship, and sustainability advocacy. This session represents yet another step forward, connecting the academic core of COUST with the creativity and enthusiasm of Saudi youth. Today's session is more than an interactive live review. It is a testament to the power of collaboration and the transformative potential of engaging youth in the global sustainability agenda. As the theme of COP16 emphasizes, our land, our future, the responsibility of preserving and restoring our planet's land resources is one we all share and is the duty we owe for the next generation, and we must work together to achieve it. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the students participating in this initiative, COUST, and Frontiers for Young Minds. Together, we are building a foundation for informed, empowered youth who will shape a sustainable future. Thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful and inspiring session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I would just like to call on stage now Ms. Laura Anderson, the Head of Program for Frontiers for Young Minds. Laura, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ruben. Oh, thank you, perfect. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the session today. I'm Laura Henderson. I'm the Head of Program for Frontiers for Young Minds. I'm very proud to be here. Thanks to COUST for bringing me here. And a special welcome to our young reviewers, who it is a delight to get to meet in person. So, we are an award-winning science engagement project. We publish, as we like to say, science for kids, edited by kids. So let me just show you a little bit about who we are and what we do before we get on to our main event today. Now, I'm sure you would all agree with me that our young people sitting here are the future of our world. They are going to face huge challenges that they will have to navigate in their future to live safe and healthy lives on our planet. But the science they need to understand in order to solve those challenges isn't written for them. It isn't even written for adults who aren't scientists. Can I get everyone in the room to just take a look at this article, please, and be honest? Raise a hand if you would really love to read it. No, I didn't think so. Me neither. That's why Frontiers for Young Minds was born. We believe in opening science for everyone to understand. And we go beyond open access to give intellectual access. Okay, so we bring reliable science that has already been peer-reviewed and been published by the best scientists in their field into an open and appealing format that anyone can read. It's very short, about 1,500 words. It's appealing and easy to get to, freely online. And here, then, is our version of the same article. Now who would like to read it? Bit better? Bit more interesting? Good, that's a good hit rate. Okay, so we work with top scientists across the whole of STEM, S-T-M-M with 2 M's, maths and medicine. We work with, for example, in CERN on future health technology, with the IPCC on climate change, with NASA on space exploration, and of course today with KAUST and the UNDP of Saudi Arabia. By doing this, we are making top science that kids want to learn about, but also teachers and parents can use with complete confidence, knowing that it has authority. So today, of course, we're very proud to feature our article collection on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is led by KAUST and the UNDP of Saudi Arabia, so huge thank you to them. We are just the platform facilitating this. This is really their initiative. So, okay, yeah, we publish science for kids, I hear you say. A lot of people do that. Well, we go further. What makes us unique is that we put the kids at the center of our process and we engage them directly. Once an article is submitted to us from a top scientist in any of those networks I just showed you, we then appoint the young reviewers, such as these wonderful young people who are sitting at the front, via their science mentors. These are science-trained adults who work with them locally. Now, they then work together to create a review report, which is then sent to the author, who will be sitting here in the hot seat today. And that author must then clarify and make all edits requested by those young people before we will accept the paper. When and only when our young reviewers tell us they are happy with it, then we will publish the article in a completely free and open format for anyone to read, reuse for free. Okay, so if I can just get this to change, there we go. Normally this would happen via our interactive platform, so we enable people from all parts of the world to work together with authors in all parts of the world. But today we are thrilled to have a live review event, bringing the author and the young reviewers together. Now, we've been running for 10 years. We were very small at the beginning, but since our inception, we have published over 1,600 articles across the whole of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine, which have been read by an incredible, we just hit 50 million this month, 50 million people in 230 countries and territories, truly global impact. And every single one of those 1,600 articles has been reviewed by our team of nearly 9,500 young reviewers to date in 65 countries overall, guided by our top science mentors and academic editors. That is global. And because we want to bring good science to everyone, we work with regional partners. We've been lucky enough to establish 4 regional partnerships already to translate our articles. KAUST is our Arabic partner, so we translate into Arabic and also into Hebrew, Chinese, and French. And we look forward to adding more languages in the future. I'm just going to close by saying that we are very proud to include amongst our top authors 30 Nobel Prize-winning laureates who have joined us. These most distinguished scientists in every field have joined us to get on a level with kids and inspire them directly. May-Britt Moser, who's the winner of the 2014 Prize for Physiology and Medicine, I think encapsulated our mission perfectly. I'll give you the fuller version of what she said to me. She said, Children are born curious, with a passion for questions and with light in their eyes. I hope the papers in this journal may help nourish and reinforce children's passion and curiosity for science. What a gift to humanity that would be. And so I'm delighted to thank you for your attention. I'm going to let Ruben now open up the main event for today. So over to you.
Thank you, Laura. Sure, you can sit there. Okay, so after these opening remarks, we are now going to start the live interactive review for today. So I would like to call on stage Professor Salim Al-Babili. Professor Al-Babili is a plant scientist. A round of applause for him. He's a full professor at KAUST, and he's going to talk about a big issue related to one really important SDG, which is SDG 1, no poverty, but also how these could connect with land restoration, sustainable agriculture practices, and also the livelihoods of people. So the way that the event is now going to be is that Professor Al-Babili will have 15 minutes to convince our young minds about his work. All of our young minds have already read and pre-read the first manuscript, the draft stage of the article. They have prepared a series of questions that they will ask to the author, and the author is going to reply. And if they are happy, they will then decide if the article is ready for publication, if it needs some work before publication, or if it's going to be rejected, hopefully not. So without further ado, I'm going to give the stage to Professor Al-Babili. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really a great pleasure for me to be in this audience and to present our work on combating Striga to the young minds. It's a great initiative. I really appreciate it. I appreciate making science accessible for young minds and increase their passion for science and for translating knowledge into solutions for pressing issues and problems that we are facing. That is the first time that I get a paper reviewed by young minds. Please don't be so tough with me. As you know, the UN launched 17 goals around in 2015 to generate solutions for pressing problems that we are facing around the world, for problems that make actually a huge challenge for all of us, including poverty, inequality, climate change, and so on. These goals actually represent a universal call to action to end all of these problems, or probably, if we are lucky, by 2030. Now, my project is related to SDG 1, which means no poverty, and as it says, it aims to end poverty by ensuring that all people are getting the basic needs that they need for a healthy and happy life. My project is related to farming. Farming is not only related to poverty, it is actually a general human activity. Farmers would produce food, so they would contribute in principle to the SDG 2, which means zero hunger. They would also restore their land, contributing to SDG 15, that refers to supporting the sustainable usage of terrestrial regions, increasing their productivity. If a farmer is growing, if a farmer is growing enough healthy food, he will also sell his products and get an additional economic income for his family, and of course, farmers will then take care for their land. Now, we are facing a global issue, which is providing enough food for an increasing world population. The number that you see here refers to the increase in food productivity that we may need. It may appear a little bit exaggerated, but fact is that we need to make a significant increase in food production. To do that, we have to deal with different challenges and improve different factors that are contributing to food production and agriculture. We need to increase the nutritional value of our food. We need to improve the irrigation practices to make a better use of water resources. We need to think how we are applying our fertilizers. We need to increase the efficiency of our fertilizers. Of course, we need to control the diseases that are affecting plants when they grow in fields. We need to think about insects that are sharing these crops with us, and we need to control weeds. What are weeds? Do you have any idea what weeds are? Weeds actually are plants that grow in a field without intention. The farmer doesn't want them to grow, but they are always there. They are unwanted plants, and they grow within crops. This means they compete with the crops for space, for soil, for water, and for nutrients. And these competitors create a huge problem in productivity. They are causing enormous losses in yield. Striga is one example for a weed. It is actually a very bad weed because it is a parasite. You know, it connects itself directly to the host. This means it's not just competing for space, it's actually taking the nutrients that the crop, the host, has already absorbed from the soil for itself. So it survives by attaching to crop plants, and it steals the food and water from plants. You see here infested fields. Actually, the striga looks quite beautiful. It's called witchweed with beautiful flowers. You see here that the distribution in Africa. Striga is a parasite that infests cereals. They are related weeds that infest other crops. The cereals are mainly infested in African countries. You see that we have around 32 African countries that are suffering from this parasitic weed. Now, the losses that we are getting are around 50 to 100%. That is a huge loss, of course. If you think about the value, the economic value of these losses, you come to sums that are around 7 billion. One very important point here, we are speaking about losses in food. We are not speaking about losses in a luxury income. And you see examples that show you the distribution of striga in different countries. You see a maize field attacked in Kenya. You see here a sorghum field attacked in Burkina Faso, that is one of the poorest countries in the world. And you see here a pear millet field attacked in Niger. Now, to deal with such a parasite, we need to know how its life cycle looks like, how it lives. You know, you see here a host that is millet. It has its roots, and you see here seeds that germinate. The seeds of these parasites remain in the soil for a very, very long time. They cannot survive if there is no host around. How do they know that there is a host around them? They need to sense that. Sensing that happens through chemicals that we call strigolactone. These are hormones that the host is releasing in the soil. So the seeds of the parasites, they sense, they smell these chemicals, they know there is a host around. Next step would be germination, then building this nasty structure that brings them to the roots of the host. The parasites would grow and flower while the host is suffering from retarded growth and in many cases just dies. The growing flowers would produce again many seeds. These seeds accumulate in the soil. So we have a huge issue now with seeds that accumulate year after year in the soil and provide actually source for the next parasite for the next generation. Now, how can we stop this parasite? How can we deal with the seed bank? What we see here is the normal life cycle of the striga parasite. We see the released chemical, we see the sensing and the germination. Now we can generate a fake signal. We can tell the seeds there is a host around and convince them to germinate by using chemicals that have the same activity as the natural ones that the host is usually releasing. By doing that, we will in principle convince the striga seeds to germinate, but they would then, the germinating seed would die because there is no host around. It's a very simple method in principle. And it took us a while to convince people that this idea deserves trying, and we tried it. However, upon doing that, we faced a major problem. In Africa, agriculture relies on rain. There is not so much water around. If we want now to bring these chemicals to the soil, we need to dilute them in a large amount of water and distribute them, but that is not practical. Therefore, we thought to take advantage of the rain. This means we waited for the first rain that gives enough moisture in the soil. Then we bring these chemicals to the soil. The following rain would distribute them in the soil, dilute them, and bring them to the seeds with the anticipated results of inducing the germination of the seeds and killing them. And we tested that in different fields, and we got very promising, actually, excellent results. You see here that we got a reduction up to 25% with one of the chemical signaling molecules. The other one brought up to 39% reduction, which is enormous. And you see here the fields that were created with these chemicals and with strategy. In the summary, we have established an effective technology to clean off the soil in infested region in Africa. This technology will reduce the infestation by striga, and by using it, by applying it, farmers will get more food to eat, to sell, and have better land for their crops. And this is actually an example how you can translate a result that have been produced in the lab, theoretical science, into solutions for real-world applications. Of course, I need to thank my team, all of them who contributed to this work. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Salim. So the presentation is done. I'm now going to give the word to our panel of young reviewers. Professor Salim is here now to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm going to ask you to raise up. I will need some microphones. One microphone here to the front stage.
Ruben, we're starting this end.
Start on this end. Can we have one mic?
Yep.
I can give this one in the meantime. So who is going to give the first question? Okay, so I want you to raise and tell us who you are, what did you like about the paper, and then ask your question to the author.
Hello. Hello, my name is Santi. I'm grade 7 at the Costa School. I'm from Spain, and also I'm pretty happy about being here in Riyadh. Before getting into detail about the paper, I would like to ask a bit about your research. Why did you decide to research this topic, and why it's imperative for your work with the striga?
I'm a biochemist. I work on understanding how certain substances are made in an organism. And I have been working on the biosynthesis of this particular hormone. This means how the plant is forming this hormone. And thereby I discovered some substances with a simple structure that can be used for this purpose. The original problem was that the substances that you can use for this technology are quite complex, and if you want to make them, they would be very expensive, and you cannot apply them in field. So the story started actually with basic research in the lab on understanding how this hormone is made in the plant.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Santi. Okay, the next reviewer.
Hi, my name is Isabella, and I am from Puerto Rico, Germany. I'm in grade 9 at the TKS school. I thought the paper was very informative about your work with suicidal germination, and I have two questions. The first one is, how does the suicidal germination technology affect other organisms surrounding the striga, such as microbes in the soil? Could it harm other microbes and or the environment?
Thank you very much. This is a very important question. Of course, it's a very important question. We investigated, we studied the composition of the microbes. We studied the composition of the microbes in the soil after applying these chemicals, and we found just a temporary, a transition for a short time in the composition. And surprisingly, this transition was actually in favor of beneficial microbes. So we don't expect negative impact on the microbes. The other very important point is when you are working with such molecules, with such substances, you need to make sure that they are not accumulated in the soil, because you don't want to apply them this year and then next year and then 3 years. Then you get a large amount of these chemicals in the soil. You don't want to do that. People speak about DDT effect. I don't know if you hear something about DDT. In any case, the advantage of these molecules is that they are unstable in soil. So after 2 weeks, they will degrade. But
Thank you. And the second question is, what makes one signaling molecule more efficient than another in suicidal germination?
that is, in principle, basic biochemistry and biology. When you have that what we call a signal or signaling molecule, signaling chemistries, it has a receptor. It has a protein that binds it and tells the cell what to do. And what determines the efficiency is how this receptor is recognizing and how fast it's binding to this molecule. So it is the structure, in principle, that determines the activity.
Can you show the presentation?
Hello, my name is Hania. I am from Pakistan and I am in grade 8 at the Cow School. I have been in the Frontiers for Young Minds Club at my school for a few months now and have reviewed 3 papers in the SDG collection. I'm excited to be here today and meet the author of the research paper.
Thank you very much.
Each concept is introduced and explained really clearly and thoroughly, and it's definitely suitable for the target age group, but there are some areas where I think we can simplify some explanations further. So my question for you is that you mentioned that striga weeds are among the most harmful to crops. So could suicidal germination be used effectively for other weeds that are not parasitic weeds?
The principle could be applied for other weeds, but it is not suicidal germination. This means you could push the seeds of other weeds to germinate, and then you could get rid of them by other means, because they can survive, while seeds of parasitic plant cannot. So you could, in principle, use them to clean off the soil by inducing the germination, probably harvesting the weeds before you bring the seeds of your crop.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dean. I'm from Hungary and Bulgaria. I live in Kaus and attend a Kaus school in grade 9. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to discuss and review this paper that aligns with SDG 1. Something in the paper that I found interesting was how you have aligned your work about parasitic weeds impacting crops to SDG 1, no poverty, rather than SDG 2, zero hunger. It shows how connected the SDGs are and how interrelated hunger and poverty are in countries where farming is an integral part of the economy. So I have one question. What happened after the success of your trials with striga? How did the trials impact the farmers' lives in those communities? And are they reaping the benefits of the technology?
Thank you very much for this very important question. Unfortunately, we have some delay in the project. The main reason for that was COVID. So we are not at the stage where we can really give numbers about the impact in the society. But we got now further fund from the Gates Foundation for other 5 years to develop actually this technology to a final product and show its efficiency. We can just have estimates, how this technology would help the farmers to produce more food and get a higher income. But we don't have the true numbers yet.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Hind, a grade 9 student at the CAS school. I'm from Algeria in the UK. I've been a part of the Frontiers for Young Mind project at CAS for a while now, where I've gained experience reviewing research articles and interviewing authors. I thought the paper was very interesting, and you effectively connected SDG 1 with the scientific research. The various diagrams also really helped my understanding, and I have 2 questions.
Thank you.
Is it possible that the striga will become resistant to the chemical process of suicidal germination?
A very smart question. Very smart question. Of course, when we develop something, you think about developing resistance if you are working with a parasite or with a pathogen. The advantage of the technology is that if the striga develops resistance, it would lose the connection to the host. So it would not survive anymore, because what we are using is the tool that allows striga to connect to the host. If striga cannot perceive and sense this tool anymore, this means it becomes resistant, then it would not germinate when it gets the signal from the host. So we don't believe that we will get resistance. In any case, we are continuously working on developing, based on the same principle, new compounds, new substances, that in case that we get weaker efficiency, we can replace them.
That was a great answer to the question. My second question is, what can you do in terms of research to make suicidal germination safer and cheaper?
I don't think that we need to increase the safety aspect, but we are working on that, of course. We are working on the registration that requires many studies with respect to safety, so we'll know that. With respect to making it cheaper, it is about upscaling the technology, increasing the efficiency, and determining, lowering the amount that is needed to induce the seed germination as much as possible. The advantage of the technology, again, is that we are in any case working with low amounts, but we want to bring that to the extreme to see what is really the lowest amount that is needed to induce the seed germination. So it is about optimizing the protocol, how we apply these chemicals, and at the same time upscaling the synthesis, working on the synthesis part to make it more efficient and cheap.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Anna Maria, and I am a member at the CAS school in Thule, Saudi Arabia, and I am from Italy. I have been involved in the Frontiers for Young Mind program for about 6 months and believe that we're helping scientific research become more accessible to younger audiences. Something that I really liked about your research was the graph of the striga life cycle, as I believe that it was really clear and detailed. It can also help young minds visually depict information. A question that I have for you regarding your paper is, can suicidal germination, coupled with accessible technologies, improve efficiency in eradicating the striga? What other technologies can be used?
Very important question. Complex problems usually need more than one solution. And what we have now is one component in an integrated solution. So you could, at the same time, work on generating crops that are more resistant, that probably release less of this chemical signal. You could work on improving the fertilization, which would also affect the release of this substance. You could rotate, we call that crop rotation. This means this year you plant a cereal, next year you plant, for instance, cotton. Cotton is not a host, but it can induce seed germination. So you can complement this technology with different other technologies.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha, and I'm in grade 9 at the Cow School. My family is from Indonesia, and I've been involved with Frontiers for Young Minds for quite a while now. So I have some experience in interviewing and reviewing research articles and their authors.
Very good.
One thing I liked about your paper is the way that it has been formatted. I noticed that the pattern of subheading, subheading, and content made it very easy for the reader to skim through and understand, especially for our age group. It addresses different topics and different aspects, so that's really useful for us. But there are some areas where I noticed duplication, and we can make some minor adjustments so the paper can be further simplified. My question is, well, in this article, we learn about the suicidal germination technology that can eliminate striga weeds to ensure that farmers can rely on a steady income. How accessible can this technology get to ensure that all farmers that need it can use it?
Thank you very much for the comments. First, we will work on improving the manuscript.
Some tough crowd.
Just let us know which part, We'll be happy to do that.
Oh, they will.
That is a minor revision, I'm glad to hear that. To make this technology accessible to all farmers, we need, in principle, support from governments and philanthropic organizations. We will work on making the technology cheap, and we will work to register it. This means to allow farmers to use it. But when it comes to the economical aspect, which is very important because we are working with farmers who don't have so much income, then we will rely on the support of different entities. At the end, this support would be very rewarding because the societal impact that we are expecting is enormous. So I don't expect that a farmer in Burkina Faso will be able to pay the cost for this technology. But I expect with a little bit support, he would be able to do that. And at the same time, I expect that some farmers in Kenya who have more resources would right away buy the technology without support. So it will be actually depending on the country, on the economical wealth of the farmers. In some countries, we would definitely need support from the government or from philanthropic organizations. The technology per se is not expensive.
Thank you. For my second question, earlier you mentioned upscaling, and just now you mentioned providing support for the farmers to contribute to accessibility. So what are some entities, and have you identified any partners in order to scale production and ensure affordability?
We are counting in a first line, of course, on governmental support in the regions where this problem is severe. When I spoke about upscaling, it is not contradicting getting the support. We are working on different aspects to make it cheap and accessible. So when we upscale, we reduce the costs, and this would make the technology accessible for farmers in certain regions. In other regions, we may then need the support of other entities.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Athena, a ninth grader at the Cow School in Thule. I am from England and Kenya, and I'm really excited to see how Kenya was represented through the trials. I like that you focused on Africa.
I just came last week from Kenya.
Oh, really?
From a field trial, at Victoria Lake.
Oh, that's such a nice area, yeah. Okay. I like that you focused on Africa, where it seems that this issue is prevalent, and I look forward to seeing how this technology can expand to different regions around the world. The research was supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. How did this partnership come about, and can you explain more about how the role in philanthropy plays in supporting important research such as yours?
Thank you very much for this important question. Of course, when you want to develop a solution, you need someone who supports you. The whole project was supported also by cows, of course. You know, I get support from my own home institute and from the Gates Foundation. The story started a long time ago. We got a visit from Mr. Gate to KAUST, and I had the luck to present the idea to him. I found later out that is one of the major targets of the Gates Foundation is to solve this problem. And therefore, they were interested in this technology. And, you know, it took us a while to get the support. You know, you write a proposal, then they look at it, they send it back, and, you know, till you adjust in principle that what you want to do with their targets. And we got 3 years, then we got 5 years, and now we just got another 5 years, which is really enormous. You know, we are really very lucky and very happy about it. You don't get this for such a long time, but it is a complex project. When you want to solve problems in countries that don't have that resources, and these problems require a certain technological input that is also not there, then you need really the support of philanthropic organizations. It would not work without it. You know, you could, of course, get support from the United Nations, but also from philanthropic organizations such as the Gates Foundation or the Rockefeller Foundation and so on. Me, myself, I got as a young scientist, I got a postdoc fellowship from the Rockefeller Foundation to develop goldenrod that time. And this was an enormous help, you know, for the whole project. The whole project would have not been established without the support of philanthropic organizations. A company is not interested in doing that. You know, a company would be interested in doing that probably at a later stage when the solution is there and there is a possibility of generating revenue. But at an early stage, when you look at such complex problems in a poor country, then no one is interested in doing that. If you would work with malaria, malaria is something different because tourists who are going to Africa are affected by malaria. So companies are interested in that. But the problem that we are facing, they need sometimes a different mindset, you know, a different way to think. And that is usually provided by philanthropic organizations.
Okay, is there any other question from our young minds? No? Okay, so thank you all for your questions. Before we go to the verdict from you guys, I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions from the audience you would like to ask our expert. Okay. So
is the paper accepted now or not?
We are going to do now, so I would like for the young minds to raise up and to tell us what is your verdict regarding this article. So who is going to start? Over there. I think they are going to pass the mics, correct? Yes? So let's hear the final verdict.
We believe that the research and research like it is imperative for our world today.
Excellent.
Thank you.
The paper is very informative about your work with suicidal germination.
The concepts are introduced and explained well.
This research paper helps us to better understand how connected the SDGs are.
The diagrams in the paper are clear and help the reader understand the science. It is clear that your research supports the achievement of SDG 1, SDG 2, and SDG 15.
We look forward to helping you make some minor adjustments to make the paper more accessible for our age group.
With these minor adjustments, we would endorse the research paper towards SDG 1, helping small farmers in degraded land regions by saving crops from parasitic weeds for publication.
Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Professor Salim.
Bravo!
One more publication.
Excellent, thank you.
It's great, thank you so
That
much.
will be well read. I hope, you know, many people will read it.
You will now need to get the minor comments, but I think it's already a a good
We'll
stage.
work on that. We'll work.
Okay, young minds, I think you can sit down. I'm now would like to call on stage Miss Lionel Saud, Princess Lionel Saud from the UNDP. She's going to join us now to a panel discussion where we're going to wrap the conversation up. So thank you for joining us. A round of applause, please. So before we start this little panel discussion, I'm actually quite curious, Professor Al-Babili. Some of the questions that the young reviewers made, were they asked to you before by experts and even by other reviewers of the articles you have published throughout the years?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. But,
so I think it's...
You know, I'm impressed by the, global overview of the paper. It's really good.
Yeah, so I think this is usually what we got with the feedback that we get from other faculty and from the people that participate is how pertinent the kind of questions that these kids make and actually makes them question about their own research and find a way to really showcase their impact and their benefit for society. So I think it's a positive experience for everybody. So I would like to start this panel just with a question following up actually of one of the questions from the young minds, which is the impact on these communities that desperately need these solutions. So in regions that are critically affected by land degradation, what is the kind of impact that this sort of research and even the trials that you did, how did it impact the local communities and their ability to restore land? Because I believe that when you approach this and you do these sort of field trials, you are engaging local people and these topics are being talked about. Maybe there are some solutions that are being proposed that the local farmers are not aware, that they get excited about, and this also prompts them to take care of their land. So do you like to elaborate a little bit on your experience traveling for so many different places? We saw you have been at so many places.
As I said, I cannot give you numbers about that. But the general impression is that this technology will have a significant impact. People would not use their land anymore if it is heavily infested with striga. And this would lead automatically to land degradation. And the losses that they are suffering from are really huge, and therefore we are always welcome by farmers to do our trials. When we ask for land, for infested land, we get it that automatically and very quickly. But the way is still long because we need now, in principle, to register the products. That is a huge file that needs to be done. But we get the 5 years to do that. To do all of, let me say, these fine-tuning steps that are very important and also very essential for improving the efficiency and reducing the costs and get the registrations toward the product. We are partnering with a company who is helping us in upscaling and probably later in distributing the product. But it is clear that there will be no profit there. I mean, that is not in Africa. But the technology can be applied on other parasitic plants that are affecting agriculture in the Mediterranean, for instance, where the economic wealth is much higher and better.
So I think if you have different models that support the commercially in other places, that then can self-feed.
That is the idea. That's the idea.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Thank you. Nikki?
Thank you, Professor. It's clear that your research is having and will have a huge impact in the different societies where striga is an issue. We kind of want to explore now how the SDG collection fits into the broader UNDP efforts. So I have a question for Princess Liane. How does this project and creating the SDG collection align with the UNDP's mission and programs aimed at supporting sustainable development, particularly in land management and poverty alleviation?
Thank you so much. I just want to firstly thank everyone, and this was such an engaging and entertaining and informative event, so thank you all for that. I mean, the SDG collection in itself embodies the interconnection between science and education and how it catalyzes progress towards sustainable development. And also, I think Laura, you already mentioned this, the idea of simplifying very important topics that might not be easily accessible or understanding for everyone, not only children or youth, even the wider audience. Having that accessibility and making it really easily understood by the wider audience is very important, because it also aligns with our goals at the UN of leaving no one behind and for it to be accessible to everyone. Also in regards of having these articles translated into Arabic, so that idea of inclusion and making sure that even youth from all of the different regions in Saudi Arabia and also in the Arab region as a whole would be able to understand these articles that are taking place. In terms of a general aspect also, if we're talking about SDG 4, which is about education, one of its main indicators is about mainstreaming sustainable development goals. So through this initiative, that is taking place. If we're talking about the two topics of land management is a very important issue in terms of sustainable development, and we see how this is very greatly showcased in the research that has been taking place, and also giving the youth an understanding of that and simplifying that. And in terms of poverty alleviation, linking the economic aspect to land management and allowing youth to think critically about this, for them to be able to even support their communities and in the areas that are needed the most. So I think that through these two areas, we are able to, foster that know-how and knowledge, and also knowing to embed values in terms of protecting the land. And also allowing this multi-stakeholder approach, which UNDP is very much aligned with, making sure that we have researchers, we have the local community, as you mentioned, the importance of bringing in the governmental aspect as well. All of these, as we say in the UN, we can't work alone. It has to be everyone working together. Everything is interconnected. One of the youth was also sharing how all the SDGs are interconnected, and sometimes it's good to know how one SDG affects the other. So I think these are the main things from our end.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Princess Lion, I think you touched in one of the most important, the key aspects, which is the education, and it's exactly this that I want to grab onto now, focusing to you, Laura, because education is indeed the catalyst for change. It all starts with education. So you already presented, and I think everybody now understands the process of Frontiers for Young Minds and how it engages youth directly in the scientific process. How does this unique approach help young people understand real-world impact of technologies such as Professor Al-Babili's, especially on issues like land restoration and degradation? So how is the journal fostering this, and what kind of content is being featured currently?
It's a great question. So can you hear me okay? Yep, okay, great. So as you saw from my quick introduction, our students act as the moderators of information, not just consumers of information. So first of all, they help us make sure that every single thing we publish is not only accessible, but also kind of fun to read. Something people want to read. And that has two huge effects. So first of all, it overcomes the problem that Princess Layan was referring to there, that original science article that I showed you, that is, even when it's published open access, it's not actually accessible when it's shared like that. Everyone from policymakers all the way through to your mum and dad at home don't actually feel able to read that. And so we require people like science journalists, people like that, to get interested and interpret those results, sometimes, forgive me, incorrectly, into newspapers and things for us to understand them. Now, with the help of our young people, we are short-circuiting that process and bringing that top science straight out there in a way that we know is understandable. Therefore, people locally, for example, can already understand those potential impacts and can be ready, potentially, to implement new things that are happening. We're also short-circuiting the long cycle that it takes to go from new science breakthrough to school textbook. That can take years. So the knowledge filtering down into society can take years by a normal process. Our young people help us get through that in months and get it out there into the world in a free and open way. So as you saw there, we have an average viewing per article of 30,000 people reading each one. Our collection, we've only got 6 articles in it so far. We're going to have 17. We have already got 36,000 people reading that already in 1 week of campaigning about this before this event. So the impact is already there, and it will continue to grow. But the second big outcome is for our next generation of scientists, which again you alluded to there, that because they are learning to think critically, they're not just learning the science of that particular article, they're getting insights into the whole scientific process, the need for review, the requirement of information validation online, which in today's world is incredibly important. So they are ready to become scientists of tomorrow if they want to be, by asking these amazing questions we've heard today. I mean, that's just dazzling. What you guys came out with was fabulous. Adults couldn't ask better questions. And, you know, I really think that that is the long-term impact. If we look at that, what we call in the UK your science capital. If you imagine every time you have direct contact with science, it's like putting money in a bank for you. It's called a science capital. It's like your IQ or your EQ, but for science. The higher it is by the time you graduate from high school, the more likely you are to remain science literate for your whole life, to be able to read other science that you find in the world, and even to potentially pursue your own STEM career. So that is the secondary impact that we have, not just the immediacy of being able to read and understand and implement this research, but long-term of having better scientists coming into the world to build on it, get those new technologies, get that scale up, make it happen for more and more communities in the world.
Yes, this is exactly. It's really impactful, Laura. And following up on that, what other ways you guys, as in Frontiers for Young Minds, envision these sort of collaborations with, for example, with schools and universities? So this is a model. It works really well, and I think it's really impactful for the children. It's impactful for the authors, for the researchers themselves. I got really nice feedback. People saying, even faculty saying that it's great for graduate students because they need to really rethink their research and explain it in simple terms, so they need to fully understand the kind of topics that they are working on. But what other avenues do you feel like universities can collaborate with local society, schools, in order to make a better bridge between this knowledge that is being carried on a daily basis in there, but like you said, lags when it translates to schools?
It's a really good point, because actually what KAUST is doing is quite unique in the fact that you have a school there on the campus and the connection can be easily facilitated between these young people and the reviewers who are so nearby. Unfortunately, most schools are not that fortunate, so to be able to foster that connection with local universities is something that needs to be done at a national level, because the difficulties that you need to overcome are very, very different regionally. For example, in the UK, I would use a very different approach to what I would use in the US. The federal system is very different, how they organize their schools. Even in 2 English-speaking countries, the approach is very different. But I would say that this is a model we should be following. This is a model that I would like to encourage. In fact, I think if the outreach comes from the university to the schools will snap it up. There are no teachers that I know who would not want to avail themselves of this wonderful connection, this wonderful resource in the way that KAUST has made this available. I cannot imagine a science teacher saying, oh, no, thanks. I've got my curriculum already set up. I really think they would say, absolutely, I'll make 2 lessons free for this, let's do it. But I think it has to come from the researchers. So the education to the researchers also. We've really seen how postgraduates they've finished their PhD, they're working as young researchers in the lab. They love authoring these articles with senior authors such as yourself, sir, where they may help them to author it and they learn how to communicate. Increasingly, communicating their science is going to become a kind of career requirement, actually, for researchers, which traditionally perhaps it wasn't. They weren't trained to do this. So this is a really good learning opportunity for them. If they can evangelize, if they can get out into the schools in their communities and make this happen locally, we would love to put that into what we do with our science mentors if we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Laura. I think we have time for one more final question, so maybe I'm going to wrap it up with Princess Layan. So, and what other opportunities do you see for partnerships involving students and academic institutions that drive sustainable land management or combating desertification in this case, but through the programs of UNDP? I know that especially at KAUST we have really curious graduate students on how they can contribute more, internship opportunities, exchanges. What other ways can universities engage with the UNDP?
Sure. So, I mean, I think you guys already touched upon that. One important thing is to first start with raising awareness. So, I mean, it's very important to, even within the SDG collection itself, let's say, if we're saying, for example, if we're talking about land management and poverty, the idea of expanding something around that and also finding innovative solutions or interactive resources on that topic would be very interesting, especially as also my colleague Sarah mentioned, if we're talking in Saudi Arabia specifically, 67% of the population are children and youth. So we have done several initiatives locally in terms of involving university students. For example, we have a collaboration with Saudi Youth Society where they do this annual Youth Speak and Compete, talking about the SDGs. And actually, in preparation for COP, we had a few of these university students join us at UNDP as part of a training program in preparation for COP16, understanding who are the civil societies that are relevant to this worldwide and locally, as well as private sector, and how they can engage in COP16. Also, at a higher level, we have a collaboration with MISC on an SDG challenge, where master's students from different universities, even at a global level, Saudis come together and create innovative solutions on specific SDGs. And actually, for this year, the first prize winner had a solution linked to COP16, and they're showcasing their initiative. You're welcome to join in the UNDP Green Pavilion. And what's interesting is that they also work, so we're providing support as knowledge partners, but also bringing that multi-stakeholder approach. So they're working also with private sector to understand how to scale up their ideas or how to make it more practical. And the example that I shared that they'll be presenting later on today, they're actually also partnered with an NGO to try this in their farm as an example. Another thing that we also have is empowering youth voices. So we had also a youth roundtable taking place prior to COP16. And actually in parallel now there's a session taking place in the Science Pavilion where youth from all over the world are sharing their voices in terms of land degradation and drought. So these are some of the initiatives. I think what's important also as a second potential is knowledge sharing and resources and research. So we have several initiatives in that regard. We have the knowledge, the Global Policy Center on Resilient Ecosystems and Desertification. It's based in Nairobi, and they do several initiatives working with universities all over the world. As an example, actually, they had a pilot study which explored pathways to achieve land degradation neutrality, which is a state where the amount and quality of land resources necessary to support ecosystems and enhance food security for it to remain stable or increase. And they worked with universities, the University in Netherlands, as well as an association and different entities in that regard. Also, they had a network of networks of policymakers, researchers working together on that. At a local level as well, we have a partnership with an NGO, and they created something called the Green Circle to bring together on a specific challenge different stakeholders, from researchers, from local community, from private sector, to work together and understand the challenge. So I think what's really important, and how can we continue to develop these kinds of initiatives and grow in that regard.
Great. Thank you so much, Princess Layan. It was great to hear so many different activities taking place. I think we are ready to wrap up our session. So before that, I would like to really thank all of our panelists. Could I have a round of applause to our panelists for their valuable contributions and insights today? It was great having you here. I would also like to extend sincere thanks to the TKS panel. So I would also like to have a big round of applause to our young reviewers. And also a special thank you to my colleague Nikki Talbot, because she was the one that made it all possible to bring all of the schools, all of the school into this to this stage. I think to wrap up. Thank you. I think to wrap up, the message that we would like for all of you to take today is that we as institutions, we have responsibilities beyond the ones that we operate in. So we, KAUST, as a science and university, science and technology university, we cater for technologies, research, translation of technology into impact, but we also cannot forget our impact on society, and to make sure that society understands the value and the importance of science in order to achieve, for us to achieve everything, all of the challenges that we still need to face and that we need to tackle. So thank you all for coming today. I hope you enjoyed this interactive session. And if you would like to know more about KAUST, we have our booth in the science pavilion, and there will be a lot of different panel of experts scattered throughout the event that you can learn from, so to see the impact of KAUST. So thank you all for coming. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us to be on Cloud 9 with the cloud seeding team in the National Center of Meteorology. As drought conditions continue to rise in arid regions around the world, cloud seeding has emerged as a potential solution for enhancing precipitation and ensuring sustainable water resources. As indicated in Article 17 of the UNCCD Convention document, this panel will bring together experts in meteorology, water resources management, earth observation, and environmental policy to discuss the lessons learned from international cloud seeding programs aimed at mitigating drought. Speakers will examine the scientific and environmental challenges that these programs encounter, as well as their effectiveness in increasing rainfall, and the discussion will focus on technological advancements and regional collaborations in implementing cloud seeding initiatives. Insights from this effort will help us to illuminate how cloud seeding can contribute to long-term water sustainability and enhance drought resilience. Now, let's move to the exciting part of this event by introducing the stars of the panel. Dr. Naif Al-Salim is an expert in Earth observation and atmospheric physics. He holds a PhD in space and atmospheric physics from the University of Sydney. Currently, he's a PI at CAXT, where he leads research in methane detection and enhances national capabilities in hyperspectral measurement technologies. Dr. Salim is also a research affiliate at the University of Sydney, where he contributes to development and validation of Earth observation technologies. Dr. Ashraf Farahat is a space scientist and associate professor of physics at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Saudi Arabia. He earned his PhD in space physics from the Florida Institute of Technology in 2005. Dr. Farahat has worked on small space aircraft development for the Canadian Department of National Defense. With over 15 years of experience, he has published more than 100 journal articles, conference papers, and technical reports related to his research on space aircraft, satellite data analysis, and computational modeling. He's also the PI of the cloud seeding in microgravity experiment, which was launched by the Saudi Space Agency with the Saudi astronauts Rayana Barnawi and Ali Al-Garni to the International Space Station in May 2023. Mr. Patrick Golden is an owner and principal biologist at Heritage Environmental Consultants with 30 years of experience in the field. He provides environmental planning, permitting, and scientific services to both industry and government clients. Mr. Golden specialized in assessing the environmental impact of cloud seeding on enhancing vegetation cover and combating droughts. He designs and implements aquatic and ultra-trace snow sampling studies to evaluate the effect of seeding events in specific areas. Unfortunately, one of our speakers was unable to join us today. However, he contributed to the preparation of this panel discussion, and I would like to acknowledge his efforts by introducing him and encourage you to visit his LinkedIn profile to learn more about his accomplishments. Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud, he's an internationally recognized expert in water resources management and climate adaptation policy. His previous leadership role includes serving as a founding director of the Climate and Water Program in the Middle East Institute, a chair of the Water Utility Climate Alliance, and the president of the North America Weather Modification Council. Dr. Mahmoud has been honored as one of the top 100 sustainability voices in the Middle East. Now we will start with the presentations with Dr. Naif. Please, Dr. Naif, come.
All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to be here today speaking in this event. My presentation today will show the advanced technologies that we engage in our cloud seeding operations. And today I would show you two prime examples of the kind of technologies that we always engage in our operations. So the advanced technologies can be categorized into three main categories: ground, air, and space-based technologies. However, in this presentation, I will focus on two types of technologies that we engage, from space-based technology, from space-based platforms, and the other from the airborne platforms. One of the prime examples of the technologies that we use from space is a mission called Calypso. Calypso is a name for cloud, aerosol, and LiDAR and infrared pathfinder, that a technology that was mounted on a satellite for a space mission joined by NASA and the French Space Agency. And the main role for this technology is to thoroughly understand the atmosphere. The technology basically operates by shooting a laser beam that penetrates the atmospheric layer, hits the ground, reflects back, and the backscattered signal will be collected and analyzed. This carries lots of information that tells us about the clouds, aerosols, and all these suspended particles in our atmospheric layer. So this mission started back in 2006 and ended last year. However, a new space mission just picked up from the end of this mission, and it's called EarthCare, and it's operational. It builds on the heritage of this technology with more advanced technologies like radar and LiDAR with more spatial and spectral resolution. This is one of the prime examples that we use to engage in our cloud seeding operations. How do we use it? Well, we study we fly with our research aircraft simultaneously with the below the satellite, and then we collect live information about our clouds in the atmosphere as they form. And then based on the live data analysis, we target the seedable clouds, or the best clouds to be seeded. So this is one of the space-based technologies that we always engage. The second one is from the airborne platforms. With lessons learned from the, from the New South Wales government in Australia, we carry some of the most advanced airborne reconnaissance to study the atmosphere. One of the prime examples is the flying laboratory called the Learjet 358, and it carries sophisticated instrumentation that targets the trace gases in the atmosphere, along with the water vapor, methane, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and also we study the microphysics of the clouds, like this, the particle size, the water vapor concentration in the clouds, and etc. We also study the radiation that hits the clouds, and we study the clouds' thermodynamic behavior. This will help us and actually guide our cloud seeding operations to target the best clouds as they form. This is actually, the technologies are there, but I will leave the rest to my colleagues to explore the science that we can do with these kind of technologies. And with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Dr. Ashraf, the floor is yours, please.
So
the green one.
The green one.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining the presentation today. I'm Ashraf Farhar from the King Fahd University in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. And today, inshallah, I'll be speaking to you about insight gained from the international cloud seeding programs to mitigate desertification. Living in Saudi Arabia for so many years and in the Gulf region in general, you can't miss this luxury life, staying in big hotels. You see the highest skyscraper in the world in Dubai, and you can even go and ski when it's maybe 50 degrees outside. But living this kind of luxury life in big cities make us kind of forget that we live in the middle of a very vast desert with two of the widest and biggest deserts in the world, Al-Rub' al-Khali, the Empty Quarter, and Al-Nufud Desert. And we really realize this when we find those dust storms coming to us, and you can see there will be a high rate of low visibility that affects the airports and every lifestyle around us. So that what make the government here in Saudi Arabia and in other Arabian Gulf countries realize that there should be some kind of water security, especially if you look at the whole country. You cannot find maybe one freshwater river, and we have very low precipitation rates in the country and in the region. One way to do this is by building this ambitious program of the cloud seeding that started in many countries. And of course, Saudi Arabia is taking a very big initiative in building the cloud seeding program in the country in many places. So I will just go quickly for those who are not familiar with the cloud seeding mission. So what we do in cloud seeding is we go with some airplanes, and then we try to spray those what we call the seeding agent. Could be silver iodide or any other kind of salt that helps the moisture in the air to precipitate and make the water droplets bigger than it rains. So this is the basic idea of the cloud seeding, just to increase the level of condensation in the atmosphere. And those particles or seeding agent that we throw in the atmosphere can be dispersed using airplanes. They can disperse even from the ground using rockets. So all what we need to do is to increase the number of those seeding particles in the cloud, so the water can condense, and then hopefully it can rain. Now, the problem here is when we do this cloud seeding, we don't know if it rains because of this cloud seeding or not. Like if you ask any of the experts, did it rain because of the cloud seeding or not? I mean, they cannot really give you a 100% answer about this. So that's why we, in our research group, we try to do lots of investigation of this cloud seeding. And one of those studies that we had done on the United Arab Emirates, and the other study I had done with actually one of my colleagues here at the National Cloud Cloud Seeding, Regional Cloud Seeding Center, and I guess
Dr.
yeah.
Farhat, for interrupting. So the first author of this paper is among the audience, Ms. Maria Al-Hamoud, one of the young scientists in our cloud seeding program, along with Ms. Amani and Mr. Abdul Hadi.
Yeah, actually, mashallah, like Ms. Maria is a very hard worker in this field, and inshallah, her paper will be published very, very soon. Now, so the idea here is, I don't know if those seeding particles will produce rain or not. So how can I improve the cloud seeding? I want to increase the possibility that this cloud seeding will happen. So today I would like to introduce you some of those technologies that we are working on, and we would like to improve the probability of the cloud seeding. And one of them is the using some nanotechnology, using some nanomaterial. So many people around the world, what they do, they just use those seeding particles, including silver iodide and so on. But how about if we code them using some of our knowledge about material science, if we code them with other material that will help the water to be gathered, the water will be collected, so we'll have a better chance for this cloud seeding to happen. And in Saudi Arabia, we have lots of material science labs that we can use to develop those kind of nanoparticles or nano material. Like one of the technologies that people using, for example, like coating with titanium oxide. And maybe you can see that this is the picture to the left. You can see that's only the salt, and it can collect only small amount of water particles. But if you coat it with one of those nano material, then you have a higher chance to collect more particles, and then you increase the probability for the rain. Then the other thing that we may need to work on is the real-time observation. Again, if someone asks, oh, did it rain because of cloud seeding or not, in order to be able to give a better answer, then we need to have a real-time observation. Once we do those seeding particles, we can observe. Now, it's a kind of a very difficult game to do, because it doesn't rain because only of the cloud seeding or of the seeding particles, but because of other weather conditions, including the temperature, the wind direction, and so on. But at least we need to start this real-time observation. And I guess Dr. Naif talked about the different technologies using the Calypso satellite, using spacecraft. So probably we can also invest in this kind of technology. And the third thing that we work on are the mathematical and computational modeling. So by modeling, we can simulate the conditions of the cloud seeding, and we can know what is the right density of the seeding particles that could lead to a rain. Because if you put too little particles, then maybe it would not rain. If you put too many particles, also maybe it will not rain. So there should be some certain amount or a certain density that we can use, so it can hopefully rain, inshallah. And this will be done by a good mathematical and computational model. Another technique that can be used is charging the cloud seeding particle. And this is actually a very innovative technique that we try to use. Now you go with the aircraft, you spray those seeding particles in the cloud, and you don't know what happened to them. Maybe they will be seeded, maybe they will fall to the ground. You don't know what happened to them. Maybe the wind will take them away. You don't know. But how about if you force those particles to meet the water in the cloud? And how can you force them? By just introducing some charges. So if you have the simple physics, a positive charge, negative charge, they will easily meet together. So this is one of the techniques that also can be done. And again, we have a very good drones programs, like small aircraft that can do this dispersion of charges, and this could improve the rain amount. So this is the kind of some insights that could maybe improve and strengthen the cloud seeding program in the region, which is actually a very promising program. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. So, Mr. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Patrick Golden. I'm the owner of Heritage Environmental, and I'm specialized in biology and environmental impacts of cloud seeding. I want to thank you all for welcoming me to Saudi Arabia. It's my first time here, and it's been wonderful. So I'd like to just briefly touch on the environmental benefits in cloud seeding. A few of the projects I've been involved with, one of the big questions is when you seed a cloud, how much extra precipitation do you get out of it? And so we've done a few projects in Idaho and Wyoming in the western United States. It doesn't compare apples to apples, but with the snowpack, we do trace chemistry sampling, and it's very hard to detect the seeding agent. But if you look at this graph on the right, This is the top of the snowpack. You've got centimeters of depth and the width of the sampler, which is over here on the left. We've been finding these seeding signatures for the chemical that we're looking for in the green. That's parts per trillion. It's very hard to detect, but we've done a bunch of this, and we're trying to answer the question, if you get a 10 to 15% increase in snowpack or in rainfall, how much of that translates into getting into the ground, into the soil, to help benefit arid regions. We've also looked at extra area effects or downstream effects when you seed a particular cloud. If you take existing water out of it, is that going to impact people that live downstream or downwind positively or negatively? If you look at the whole water vapor pie chart here, when you look in the sky like today, we don't see any clouds. There is still water vapor there. About 50% is invisible. Maybe your cloud has 33.5% of the 100% of the atmospheric water available to it. It's naturally precipitating. About 15% of that falls out of the cloud. When you look at cloud seeding, we estimate that you're only getting about 1.5% of that available water vapor to fall out. So we've also, we did a study in Idaho. It's called the Snowy Project. And actually noticed that the downwind effects outside of the target area were actually beneficial as well. They're getting a little bit of extra precipitation downstream. So with drought reduction, benefits to vegetation, wildlife, and agriculture, cloud seeding can be used to help relieve drought by increasing precipitation. Again, the most recent studies are averaging about 10 to 15% per storm on average. It's leading to more sustainable freshwater resources. In the case of Saudi Arabia, where you might not have a lot of fresh water flowing, it's still going into the soil. It's benefiting vegetation. If you get more moisture, obviously you get more vegetation growing, which also benefits wildlife because they depend on vegetation for forage, for cover, particularly when it's hot out. It's also been shown to benefit livestock by increasing forage, again, by increasing vegetation growth. And with that increased vegetation, it's assisting with growing the carbon sink, which can technically help with reducing greenhouse gas emissions. These are a few references that I wanted to share if anybody wants to dig into this a little bit deeper. The Snowy Hydro program was conducted in Australia about a decade ago, I believe. The North American Weather Modification Association website also has a lot of the available literature if you're curious. The Weather Modification Association as well. And then there's a lot of really good scientific research that's published from the Wyoming Water Development Commission pilot programs and operational projects that are currently ongoing. And if you'd like any more additional information afterwards, I'd be happy to chat. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Thank you for these informative presentations. So we will start the discussion with Dr. Naif. Dr. Naif, since you focus on the advanced airborne space-based technologies that are enhancing the cloud seeding operation, can you elaborate more, please, on the specific space missions or EO platforms that play a critical role in monitoring cloud and atmospheric conditions for cloud seeding?
Yes. Yeah, there are many missions under development now as we speak. And just to give an example, just I said, the Earth Care developed by the Europeans and North Americans, it passed its commissioning phase 2 months ago, and now is conducting what Calypso was doing in the past. Basically, studying the whole vertical structure of the atmosphere, from the clouds, aerosol particle size, concentration, distribution, and many more. So basically, they are observing across the spectrum, from the short wavelength infrared all the way to the radio frequency. This is one of the hot Earth observation space missions. One of the upcoming airborne missions is what the cloud seeding is, doing right now by operating the King Air 360 airplane, which has many top-notch instruments that help to understand the clouds, the nature of the cloud, like the microphysics of the cloud, like the aerosol concentration and the particle size, and many other microphysical properties. So what we have done in the Australian territory is that we had an airborne mission. It was actually a reconnaissance program where we explore the potential formation of clouds, as Dr. Ashraf mentioned, a real-time observation. And then we report to the ground station, and then we direct the cloud seeding planes or other personnel who are interested to retrieve some of the physical properties in the atmosphere, like the carbon dioxide, methane concentration, and other physical properties of the atmosphere. So these are the space missions are a lot as we speak, and they are keep developing and enhancing the resolution as we advance in the optics, LiDAR, passive and active instruments, and et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you, Dr. Naif. So, Dr. Ashraf, one of COP16 goals is to unite efforts in the 3 Rio Conventions of climate change, desertification, and biodiversity. Please tell us how might cloud seeding, which is one of drought-combating technologies, influence climate change in terms of its effects on precipitation patterns, atmospheric composition, and the Earth energy balance.
Okay, so the first thing we have to understand that cloud seeding is a weather modification technique. So you apply technology to try to modify the weather. And these kind of techniques, either cloud seeding or not, will end up having a long-term effect and maybe some complex relation with the climate change. These could be either positive, it could also be negative. Because when you do cloud seeding, you kind of change the precipitation pattern, you inject particles into the atmosphere, so you could change the atmospheric properties, you could even change the Earth energy balance. Like, for example, like if I may speak about some of these positive effects on climate, of course, the main purpose of cloud seeding is to increase the amount of water. And this is, of course, good because it can provide us with more fresh water. You can use it for agriculture. It's good also for the ecosystem. Now, also, when you go and see the clouds, if you think about the microphysics, you go there into the cloud and you imagine that you see all these water particles around you, and those water particles actually can reflect heat to the space, because now we are suffering from the global warming, increase the temperature of the Earth, and by having those large number of water particles, they can reflect the heat, and this could cool down the surface a little bit. Maybe also one of the good effects of the cloud seeding is it reduces, or at least I can say slow down the desertification, because with the global warming, of course, we have like this desertification problem, but by having more water, then you have more trees and so on, so it can reduce this. So these are kind of the positive things I can think about. but now it can also make some negative impact on the climate because once you do cloud seeding and it rains in your region, you kind of also changing the natural pattern of precipitation. And maybe it rains here, but other regions will have a water scarcity because of this cloud seeding. So this could be a problem that could affect other regions that do not do cloud seeding. Now, also like when you do cloud seeding, sometimes like we inject particles into the atmosphere, as I was presenting in my presentation now. We don't know if those particles had been seeded or not. So what happened to those particles? Where do they go? Will they go back to the atmosphere? Will they land on our water bodies? Are they affecting the environment or not? We should know. So this could be maybe not an immediate impact on the environment, but on the long range, yes, it could happen. Now, as I mentioned, one of the positive things, it could reduce the global warming, but if you overdo the cloud seeding, like if someone goes with an airplane and keeps seeding the clouds all the time, so what will happen is then there will be large number of particles that will be seeded, and then we will have a big coverage of clouds, and those clouds could trap some of the temperature inside there, so it could increase the global warming. So it depends on how much particles you could seed. The last thing I can think about those negative effects on the climate is like if the cloud seeding helps you to improve the regional climate, you may rely on it, and then you say, okay, we are good, and then you forget about the main source of the climate change, like those big emissions of methane and so on, and the greenhouse gases. So you kind of forget about them and think the cloud seeding will be the solution, which is not. So it could also like keep our attention away from the main source of the problem. So these are the kind of things I can think about with the positive and negative effect of the cloud seeding on the climate.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. So this statement takes me to the environmental impact of cloud seeding on enhancing vegetation cover and combating droughts. Can you please, Mr. Patrick, tell us how cloud seeding influenced the growth and sustainability of vegetation cover, and what evidence supports its effectiveness in different climates?
Yeah, so it's a little bit intuitive. I think part of it is, if you increase precipitation by 10 or 15% in a particular area, you're going to give vegetation a better chance to grow. But we've done a few environmental analyses for the state of Wyoming that looked at, predicting if we do get, let's say, a 10% increase in precipitation, which types of vegetation might benefit more than others. I mean, in the mountains where you get a lot of natural vegetation, I think that the effect is a little bit less pronounced. But when you're looking at arid regions where these plants are, you receive 2 inches of rainfall every year, every drop counts, and it just helps them green up quicker earlier in the season. It helps them remain, reproductive to propagate in the future, and it keeps them greener longer. So obviously, that's benefiting wildlife and livestock grazing where you have that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patrick. So let's have this discussion more interactive. I think this kind of presentations and discussion trigger many questions in your heads. So please feel free to introduce yourself and just direct your question to one of the speakers. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of our speakers for the brilliant presentations. And my concern has to do with the issue of balancing this between countries that are doing cloud seedings and countries that also suffering from desertification but cannot afford cloud seedings. What can the international community do to gap that?
So, Dr. Ashraf.
Okay, so that's a good question and a very also a tricky question. And yes, when you do cloud seeding, yes, you may be affecting other countries, but I cannot say we have like 100% evidence that the other country or the other regions will be affected. However, cloud seeding will not happen only because of seeding the clouds. It happens because of other reasons. It happens because of the temperature variation. It happens because of the type of the clouds. It happens because of the direction of the wind, if you have this convective wind that can go into the cloud. So you cannot claim that this is the only reason for cloud seeding. And it's an area of research, and I'm sure if one country or one organization can become a pioneer in this kind of research, it will definitely help other countries to afford their to provide them with other sources of water. But it's a good question, but it's kind of has many aspects.
Yeah, if I might just elaborate, when discussing the atmosphere, you think of a dynamic process. So you cannot attribute a phenomena to a single effect or a single variable in the atmosphere. So you need to study the atmosphere thoroughly to understand how things interact with each other. So if you conduct a cloud seeding in one country, for example, and the other country is not having much precipitation, you cannot attribute that to that specific cloud seeding operations. Why? Because the atmosphere is a dynamic in its essence. And that's why you need to study this more thoroughly from the physics perspective. So I just wanted to add to that.
Mr. Patrick, I can see that you may comment on this if you...
No, yeah, I agree with both of you. I also think, the countries that do have the resources currently that others don't, United States, Saudi Arabia, and others that are actually doing the research, which is very, very expensive. Airplanes, instruments, satellites. I think it's just bettering the science, and so hopefully down the road, that will allow poorer countries to implement this. There are also, it's not just airplanes that do it, which is more expensive. It can be more effective, but there are ground generators, which are relatively cheap. So if you can site them properly, I think that less well-off countries in the near future should have an opportunity to get involved.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, hi. As I understand...
can you please introduce yourself first?
Okay, my name is Tariq. I am electrical engineer. My question is, if we don't know the environmental effect for the cloud seeding, so how we are going to do this if we don't know and if we didn't assess the effect? As I know, all problems we are facing now because of our use, because of industrial revolution. So we affect the planet, we affect the environment. So now we go to atmosphere to do seeding cloud. So what will happen if it have a harmful effect for the atmosphere? Thank you.
I might elaborate, and then you can take the lead, Patrick. So any cloud seeding program around the world has their own environmental scientists, and they conduct this kind of activity and this kind of research, and they assess the environmental impact from such an operation.
Like to do kind of baseline assessment before
yes, and also each program has its own mitigation strategy. So there is a strategy in place to battle with any unforeseen environmental effect. So I just wanted to add this before Patrick, so you can elaborate on this more.
Thank you, yes. For an example, the programs that are operating in the United States, one of the things each program has are suspension criteria in place. So in the mountains, if you get a ton of snow, you don't want to seed so that it creates an avalanche risk or a flooding risk. So the meteorology groups are monitoring that, and then on the environmental side, what we do, we have stream gauges in place to measure differences in flow, depending on the seeding agent that's being used, we do baseline studies. So we do freshwater sampling, stream sediment sampling, soil sediment sampling before a program starts to develop a baseline for whatever chemical you're looking for. And then over time, we continue those studies. So we've taken fish tissue analyses. We've sampled macroinvertebrates from streams. We do, like I said, soil sampling. So the bigger programs are doing that periodically over time to monitor and make sure that there are no negative impacts on the environment. And we're also looking at, positives for fish, for instance, in streams with increased stream flow.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you very much for this very comprehensive.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself first, please?
I'm John Vasiakos, working for the cloud seeding program. And I would just like to ask, since the United Nations have produced a resolution stating that cloud seeding should be further investigated as a tool against desertification, and this is the business we're doing now. How do you see this materialize? How do you see this happening in a global level? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so the cloud seeding could definitely help to slow down the rate of desertification. And think about it in a very simple way. It rains, the soil becomes more moisture, so it will have less chance for those dust particles to be uplifted. So you have probably less dust storms. So you have less dust propagation into your country. This will help you to start building new cities to expand the urbanization in your country. Also, you have more vegetation because you have now more water, you have more livestock, and then those plants will start making the roots. Again, they will make the the soil more rigid, it's not loose anymore. So it will sustain those storms, and then again, so this can definitely reduce the desertification. Now we cannot say this in like I say like 100% effect because if you think about rain, when it rains only in a small region. But if you think about dust, it goes sometimes to hundreds of kilometers. So we can say it helps, but we cannot say it could be the only solution for the desertification, but at least it can help in some specific regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Mohammed Al-Aidouros from NCBC. I'm not expert on this, but my question is how far the artificial rainfall is close from the normal rainfall, and from the vegetation perspective, does it affect in the long term, in the growing the plants and these things?
So, Mr. Patrick, would you like to?
Yeah, so in terms of the increase in precipitation, that's the question everybody wants answered, right? So perhaps the best study that's been done to date to prove in one region, again, this is in the mountains of the United States and Idaho, is the SNOWY project. It's SNOWIE. It involved funding from the national government, the National Center for Atmospheric Research, many other private university researchers. It was a 2-year program, and papers are being published. I could certainly get those to you. But it was the first study that's actually shown using Doppler radar that the seeding agent is creating ice crystals in the cloud or water droplets. And they're also creating a model. Again, it's kind of a little bit earlier on in the process, but the modeling is really getting a lot better to predict the percent increase. So they're now using, the model will predict it on a particular storm using on-the-ground measurements. And then we're going back out into the field to measure the increases. Again, as these gentlemen mentioned, the atmosphere is very dynamic. But I think coupling modeling with on-the-ground observations is the way to go moving forward, and it's happening.
Dr. Ashraf, yes, please.
Yeah, so I guess like the question is the cloud seeding rain is different than the natural rain, right? Was the question. Well, we have to think about how natural rain happens. So you have this moisture all the time in the atmosphere, but it doesn't rain. And how it rains is there are those very teeny tiny particles in the atmosphere. We call them the aerosols. And if the water moisture can condense on those aerosols, like the same when we take a shower, then we see this water condense on the mirror, same thing will happen in the atmosphere, and then the water starts to condense, and then it rains. That's what happened in the natural rain. Now, the problem is it does not rain. So what we do is we use natural salts, and then we spray them in the atmosphere to help the condensation. So what we do is we increase the density of those aerosols in the atmosphere so the water particles can have a good environment to condense. Now, once the water droplet becomes bigger, it becomes heavier, then it precipitates. So the answer is they are both the same. Like nothing new is happening, because all what we do is we just spray those natural salts into the air. Yeah. So there will not be any difference, at least for the rain.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. Any more questions? Okay, thank you all for attending our event. It was a pleasure to host all these outstanding experts. So the main take-home message from this panel discussion, as we all share the same and one atmosphere, we take this opportunity of hosting COP16 in the Kingdom to call for action and unite international research and development efforts in cloud seeding, as indicated in Article 17 in the UNCCD Convention document, to ensure sustainable freshwater resources for everyone, leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, partners, and guests. On behalf of Expert Eye Management Consulting, I'm honored to welcome you to this session at the UNCCD COP16. We are here today to explore how innovative approaches in environmental assessments, governance, data-driven insights, and technology can accelerate our path towards sustainable environmental management and climate resilience, goals that are at the very heart of the UNCCD. As environmental challenges grow increasingly complex, it is critical to ensure our decisions are not just well-intentioned, but also informed, equitable, and future-focused. This session brings together three expert voices, each offering a unique perspective on integrating data analytics and best practices into environmental governance and sustainable development. Our first speaker, Engineer Eid Al-Juwaid, is the founder of Expert Eye Management Consulting. With extensive experience overseeing environmental impact assessments for diverse projects, Engineer Eid will discuss how EIAs serve not only as a regulatory checkpoint, but also as a strategic instrument to embed sustainability into every stage of development. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Samer Daher, a senior partner at Cultural Partners. In his presentation, he will dive into the importance of transparent, inclusive, and responsible decision-making. Our final speaker, Dr. Sharuk Ali, leads advanced analytics at the Ecosystem Informatics. Her session basically will explore how data-driven intelligence, predictive modeling, and machine learning can guide environmental monitoring. She'll illustrate how AI tools can move us beyond reactive measures, empowering decision makers to anticipate challenges and optimize interventions. Following these three presentations, we'll open the floor for questions and discussions. This is your chance to engage directly with our speakers. Ask them how their insights can apply to your region, your projects, and the broader goals of sustainable stewardship. It is my hope that each of you leaves this session feeling inspired and better equipped to foster sustainability, accountability, and innovation within environment sphere, so to speak. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker, Engineer Eid Al-Juwaid. Like I said, the founder of Expert Eye Management Consulting. Engineer Eid's journey includes extensive experience in the petrochemical industry, as well as a role as an executive director at the Permitting and Compliance Division of the National Center for Environmental Compliance, NCEC. This unique background places him at the intersection of industrial operations and regulatory oversight, allowing him to bring first-hand insights from both the regulated sector and the regulator's perspective. In his talk, Can Sustainable Development Coexist with Rapid Industrialization?, Engineer Eid will draw on his deep knowledge to show how environmental impact assessments can transcend mere compliance tools and serve as strategic levers for sustainable growth, robust risk management, and improved stakeholder confidence. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Eid Al-Juwaid. Is it here?
Yes. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody. It's my pleasure really to be here on the stage, and I hope my presentation will be added value to all of you. I would like really to thank Expert Eye for hosting this session and inviting our key speakers and our partners, which will cover a wide range to promote sustainability and to help in environmental protection. First presentation, as you can see, can sustainability or environmental protection coexist with the rapid industrialization? So I need really your answer. So do you think that we can protect the environment with keeping the same rapid progress of industrial projects and others? If you think yes, please raise your hand. Okay. If you think environmental protection will slow down the industrializations, please you raise a hand. Okay, so at least almost 50-50. And my answer is yes, but it depends. So there will be a lot of challenges, which we are going to know about it in the presentation. And if we can overcome those challenges, then we'll be able, inshallah, to protect environment, to promote sustainability, and to make sure that the accelerated progress of industry and project will proceed. Alhamdulillah, we are lucky in this country with our leadership, with our Vision 2030, and we have a lot of projects ongoing. You know most of them. We have a lot of mega projects. You talk about the new Red Sea, Giddiya, Dir'iyya, project related to Ministry of Energy, project related to all other specialty and fields. So with this accelerated Vision 2030 projects, alhamdulillah, also our leadership with leadership of our King Salman and our Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, they put very strong focus and promotion to the environment. And to know also the right answer for this question, you will see it in the last slide. Again, it's the same concept. So does economic growth inevitably lead to resources depletion? It can be. However, if we have the right equation of balancing environmental protection and keeping the industrial growth in the same acceleration, we'll be able to achieve the target with very advanced stage of industry plus very high level of environmental protection. Again, more or less the same thing. Does progress or economic gain means environmental extrapolation? No. Question is belong to the last two questions. I'll give you some just key question, lesson learned for you to visualize how important is the environmental protection and especially the environmental impact assessment in keeping projects and the environment protected, and eventually it will keep also economical growth continue. Those are two examples. One of them is Boracay Island in Philippines, and the other one is Maya Bay in Thailand. And if you can see, it was very good place. And then with a lot of tourists who started using and visiting those islands, unfortunately, there was a degradation in the environment. And the government of Philippines and also of Thailand, for both islands, they decide to stop visiting those places for some times in order to try to bring the lifetime again in terms of all aspects of environment, either from marine life or from outside related to the plantation and beach and the soils and all other related environment. When we said environment, we talk about three main items. We talk about water, we talk about land and sands and soils, and we talk about air. So if you be able to protect all those three components of environment, then we will be able to be in a good condition for all. So based on the degradation of environment of both governments, they were forced to stop visiting those places for some times in order to try to promote the environment again. And now it still continues. I visited Maya Bay in Thailand, and the tourists, they are allowed to visit only in a certain 2 or 3 months. Then they are not allowed to go there in order to try to bring the beautiful environment back. So what can be done? EIA, the Environmental Impact Assessment, it is a tool where it is a proactive tool where it should identify risks and help to protect environment and to make sure that the economical payback or revenue or income from this project continue forever. So if you try to have a short term strategy and try to have a lot of tourists, then you might gain bigger amount of money, but eventually you are going to lose the environment, and then nobody will visit those places in the future. However, you balance having tourists and then sustain the environment, you will be able to continue forever with a very good income. So the main objective here or the one we need to learn from this is EAA is very important to have protection of the environment, to promote sustainability of environment, and also it has a positive impact on economic growth as well. What is environmental impact? Just to make sure that all are on the same basis, environmental impact assessment, it is, as per Saudi law, it is a study to identify, assess, and evaluate the environmental impact that may result from the establishment, operation, modification, or dismantling of any project or activity in order to integrate and include all environmental considerations along with economic, social, and security. So, and the main core principle of the environmental impact assessment is to prevent. So if they apply the proactive way of environmental impact assessment to the island, it will prevent any potential damage, or at least it will mitigate it to a certain degree. Mitigate strategies. So if you have a strategy it will give you a recommendation and a strategy to mitigate any risk. Also, it will ensure development and sustainability continue. It will help to have higher compliance to the regulation of the regulator authority. And also there is transparency where it builds trust and it declare risk and it declare mitigation for all this risk. So all stakeholders will be able to see transparent picture, and eventually they will take the right decision. And again, it should be based on credibility. So all information in the AIA should be on a credible evaluation and on credible sources and benchmarking to help to achieve the result of the ACA. EAA process is simple. It can be, this is the general, and this is based on the benchmark. So there is screening, where it determine the project required a full EAA. For example, here in Saudi Arabia, we have 3 categories of classifications, and the environmental studies vary from category 1 to category 2 to category 3. And if you would like to know about those categories, you can go back to the NCEC regulations and read more about them. Then there will be scoping, where identify environmental and social factors need detailed study. And then there is a baseline study where it measures the conditions before the project is started, and that will be the reference to evaluate any future, let's say, negative impact on the environment. Impact assessment, predict potential impact, and this is a proactive measure. So you predict the potential impact, and then you mitigate and make sure that you have a plan to mitigate any risk. Then all of those evaluation will be reported through EIA reports. And then there will be, based on the EIA, there will be a review and decision making by the owners and by the regulator as well. Because we trust that the owner should be accountable to make sure that environment is protected and the sustainability is part of his own accountability. And finally, the implementation and monitoring. So with those right steps, we'll be able to balance between environmental protection and also between making sure that the accelerated progress of our industry is continue. There is a special experience in Expert Eye where most of Expert Eye team, so we can say here, we have Muad, we have Michael, we have Hadil, and we have Reem. They are coming with background either from industry, then now they are working to develop the AAA, or they are already worked with the regulation. So we have Michael work earlier with NCEC, so he knows the regulation very well, and now he's making sure that whatever gaps we observe it before in the environmental study and the report submitted to the regulator side, is now we capitalize to make it a strength rather than having it as area of improvement. So this is special about Expert and again, we really appreciate them for hosting this event and inviting the key speakers. So EIA, the Environmental Impact Assessment, it's a strategic framework. It's not just a checklist. There are complex steps required where specialized knowledge and attention need to be considered and go to the details. So again, based on my earlier experience, we face some, let's say, bad EIA where it is only copy and paste or just collecting paper. And I can give you example, maybe you cannot believe it, but AAA submitted for the authority, and when you go through the AAA, it says that the River Nile. So we know the River Nile is in Egypt, it's not in Saudi Arabia. That means it is only a copy and paste from external EIA, and I hope that, alhamdulillah, by the current situation, we are far away better than earlier. Alignment with international standard ensure credibility and the stakeholders' trust, and that is one of the good bases for the environmental law in Saudi Arabia, where it's already based on the benchmark of the international, and we really have a very good role and regulations which make sense and which will add value to protect the environment. Again, effective EIA drives sustainability, outcomes, and long-term project success. And that's one of the main objectives of the EIA. You need to make sure that this project continue forever, and in parallel, the environment is protected, and everything is going in a very balanced way. Again, Expert I, your partner in sustainable development. It's value-driven ESG consultancy firm. Team of experts which combined experience in private and regulatory section, as I mentioned. Process apply globally, best practices and advanced analytical tools. This is, again, what Expertise specialize in. So they are specialized in environmental permitting compliance, environmental monitoring technologies, and today we'll have presentation by Dr. Shuruk, where we have a patent technology, which we are sure that it will be added value for Saudi Arabia and for the environment in general. Renewable energy and carbon management, environmental, social, and sustainable and assessment studies, sustainability ESG strategy, and also based on experience, occupational health safety solutions. So to make it simple, we can protect the environment, and also we can keep the industrialization's acceleration the same. In order to make sure that we have the right EIA, you need to evaluate the whole chain. So EIA started by the owner. So the owner, he should be accountable to make sure that if he is going to implement any project which has side effect in the environment, then he needs to make sure that this project is classified and he submit the environmental study to mitigate any risk. The EIA will help the project to be executed. It will not prevent the project. It will help, but mitigating the risk. So it will start with the owner, and then from the owner, it goes to the environmental consultations company, where they need to do their part by conducting the right measure, the right study, details, credible, accurate, to the point, and then the study will highlight the risk and mitigate it. And then after that, there should be somebody expert in the regulator side where he need really to be able to evaluate the study. So if there is any shortfall in the study, he need to highlight it, and he need to be corrected before he get the approval for the permit or for the license of the project. And then eventually there will be periodical reports. So it is really a chain of accountability. And by the way, we'll talk about culture and accountability in protecting the environment and promoting sustainability through our second speaker, Sal Samer. He'll talk about this subject more.
So by that, I'll go back to the same previous question. So this is the say of our Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, the leader of our Vision 2030 initiatives and strategy and goals. He said, in line with our overall modernization's philosophy, we are not avoiding tough choice. What is the tough choice? We reject the false choice between preserving the economy and protecting the environment. So he said that it is not an option. We need to make sure that we protect the environment and also promoting the economy. So there is no choice, no other choice in Saudi Arabia with this. And personally, I know our Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, he is very, very, very careful about all potential or side effect environment, and he makes sure that all studies are in place. How can we achieve this? In addition to all what I said, there are a lot of challenges. So we know some people, some owners, they would like to execute the project without doing the EA. We know some of the consultation company, they will do the study without giving it the right care and the right quality. And we know also from regulator side, sometimes they take long times to issue the license. So those area of improvement, if we focus in, it will help to make sure that we have fast response and fast result. We'll have high quality, and we will have optimum or good price. So if we manage to have this triangle of surface success, we'll be able to make sure that our environmental and our industries go in parallel, inshallah, toward very successful future. Thank you to all. If you have any question, we'll have it in the panel. It's really a pleasure to present this, and I hope that added value to you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very insightful speech on the importance of EIA, Engineer Eid, and bringing in the expertise of Expert Eye Management Consulting, providing us a good background that, their expertise combining both the experience in private sector and as a regulatory experience, making them, the right or fit for the comprehensive environmental impact assessments needed for a development or a project for that matter. Thank you so much for that very insightful speech indeed. Our next speaker, I bring to you our second speaker, Mr. Samer Daher, a senior partner at Culture Partners, has an international experience and a solid understanding of North American and European corporate cultures, with a deep appreciation of the working environments across the diverse economies and cultures of the Middle East. He is dynamic, tactful, and highly aware of the working environment he engages with. He has experience in driving transformational change and is able to develop effective working relationships with all stakeholders. He has been exposed to a diverse number of industries, including healthcare, insurance, telecommunications, information technology, security, construction, and consulting. He has led multinational and local companies in the Middle East, mostly in Saudi Arabia, then the United Arab Emirates, and in Europe. Samer studied biomedical engineering at Boston University with a computer and communications engineering background from the American University of Beirut. He is a keynote speaker at a number of business events and functions across the Middle East. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Samer Daher.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. So what is someone doing here standing up on stage talking about culture of accountability when we're talking about the environment? Let me tell you a little bit about myself, something that's not in the bio. In my younger life, the younger version of me, I got arrested in Lebanon because I was rallying for a conservation effort to preserve the cedars of Lebanon. I really like having that cedar up on our flag. Having said this, the environment does mean a lot to us today and to future generations. We got into the work of culture and accountability specifically because without accountability, without people, individuals, at an individual level, not just an organizational level, having accountability, you will not be able to move the needle, or moving that needle is going to be so much harder. And the other reason we've gotten into it is because when we talk about culture, it has many aspects, many attributes, but probably accountability sits there as a main cornerstone, one of the main cornerstones of a strong culture. But why do we focus on accountability? We focus on accountability because we want everyone to take the right actions that will create a positive impact on the results we're trying to achieve without being told to do so. In other words, we don't want to micromanage individuals. We don't want to micromanage initiatives. We don't want to micromanage governments. We don't want to micromanage societies. We just want people to go ahead and do it, believe in it and do it, right? It's very tiresome. Whenever we meet with leaders, we ask them two questions. These are the first two questions I ask any single leader I meet. How are you doing on your results? Doesn't matter what business they're in, doesn't matter what they do for a living. How are you doing on your results? And number two, how's your energy? And the reason I ask them about their energy is because of this. Because if they have to micromanage to deliver the results, if they have to push people day in, day out to deliver the results that are needed, environment has a lot of KPIs, so there are results in the midst of that. And if you have to push to get those results, it's going to eat at your energy. You don't want people to be micromanaged, so you want them to do it without being told to do so. You want everyone to engage. You want to create that momentum with the right actions where people just pick up and go. But you also want people to create a positive impact on the results that you want. So when it comes to this word accountability, we end up with a bad reputation whenever we say accountability, right? What does accountability mean? When do we hold people accountable? When things go wrong. I'll show you examples, silly examples, intentional examples. They are intended to be this ridiculous, just to show you what accountability isn't, and then I'm going to discuss it from an organizational psychology perspective. For example, you don't want anyone doing this, right? Now, I want you to think about this for a second. Whoever did this and gave us the opportunity for the photo shoot did an amazing job at demonstrating what accountability isn't. And this individual, he or she, must have been unaccountable, just not caring. I really don't care. I'm not going to move that branch so I can paint a straight line. It goes to that level. You don't want people doing that either. Or this. Now, this is lack of accountability across the board, right? At the factory, they messed up the labels, nobody cared. At the shipping dock, nobody cared. You know, as they were unloading whatever they were unloading, they didn't care. At the supermarket, at the chain, they didn't care. Nobody cared. Lack of accountability across the board. Where does that come from? And you definitely don't want, for the Arabic readers, you'll get this joke. For the English readers, it says exactly what's written above, but in Arabic, right? This is lack of accountability in its simplest form. It's just you not caring. It's someone not caring about doing the right thing. That's what accountability is in essence, right? And when it comes to the environment, it's no different. Some people care, some people don't. Some people need a nudge. Some people need a tougher nudge, if you know what I mean. And when you think about this word accountability, when do we look for people who are accountable? When do we say, who's accountable for this? When do we ask, who's accountable for this? When something goes wrong, absolutely.
Yes.
When things go wrong, we look for someone to hold accountable. Even the dictionary definition of accountability is a negative definition. This is Webster's, by the way, right? Look what it says. subject to having to report, explain, or justify, responsible, answerable. Is that a positive definition or a negative definition of accountability? Positive or negative? How many say positive? How many say negative? Everybody agrees it's unanimous, it's negative. Okay, so here's the proposition. We want people to be accountable, but if they are accountable, they get blamed for what goes wrong. You see where I'm going with this? We want you to be accountable. We want you to be accountable, but if you say I'm accountable and you hold that flag, you're going to be blamed for what goes wrong. Doesn't work. That's the issue with accountability. Which is why we need a definition that is positive, where people no longer are victims of accountability, but are champions if they become accountable. We also need a very simple framework to explain to people what accountability is and what it isn't. So here's the definition. Here's our definition of accountability. It is a personal choice, not a memo, not a decision. That comes later. It is a personal choice to rise above one's circumstances and demonstrate the ownership necessary to achieve the results. It comes with 4 steps: to see it, own it, solve it, do it. I'll talk about those steps in a minute. Again, it's a personal choice. It's about initiative. It's about achieving results despite the obstacles, despite the circumstances. If you apply this definition, are you a victim or a champion? Who says victim? Who says champion? This is a definition of accountability that allows you to spin it in a positive way so that if you apply it, you're actually a champion. I'm going to give you a framework now. I'm going to give you a framework that defines what accountability is and what accountability isn't. I use this at work. I use it with clients. I use it with my son. When he says, oh, Dad, you know, my clients don't even know what's good for them. I say to him, look, draw a line in the middle of the page, and you're either below the line or you're above the line. Below the line, you're playing the blame game. You're pinning it on a person or a circumstance. You're pinning it on a person or a circumstance. You're blaming others. You're finger pointing. You're finding all the reasons for being counterproductive or not being productive. Above the line, is this thing working? Yeah. Above the line, you see it, you own it, you solve it, you do it. You see it, what is it? It is the circumstance, the issue, the problem. I see it. I acknowledge that it exists. I own it. How am I contributing to this problem? How am I or we contributing to this problem? Solve it. Now, I have asked the question and own it, how am I or we contributing to this problem? But that does not open it up for creative thinking. Now I need to think creatively about other solutions. That's where the solve it question comes in. Solve it is the question, what else can I do? Continuously asking the question, what else can I do to expand my horizon and come up with better solutions? And then do it is what we all know how to do. Who does what by when? See it, own it, solve it, do it. That makes me a champion. So you're either below the line or you're above the line. Now, I had said that the person who didn't move the branch must have been living there in the below the line. Now let's use the language, right? Below the line, must have lived below the line for such a long time. The person who didn't bother about changing the labels between strawberry and apricot must have been living below the line, just to use the language, right? Just so we get used to this for a minute. Where does it start? Where does us going below the line start? Where do we start to play the blame game? At what age? I'm going to show you this video. This is Noelle, by the way. She's the daughter of one of our partners. And her parents caught her drawing with a pencil on some furniture. Just watch this video with me, and then we'll talk about it.
I see something. What is this? There's pencil on there.
I didn't.
You didn't do it?
No.
Who did?
Lily.
Lily did it? Lily drew on the chair?
Yeah.
Did she put the She took the pencil and drew on it? Yeah. When did you see her do that? I cut on table and really do that.
Lily, but Noel, how would Lily have reached this? She's only 8 months old.
No, I don't.
She drew this?
Yeah.
Oh. What do you think we should do to Lily? She should go to timeout?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. We'll go get after Lily. Are you sure it wasn't you?
No.
No? Okay, because I think Ray Ray thought she saw you do it.
No, Lily did.
Lily did it. So you think she just walked right then and did it? Yeah, okay. Lily, was that you that did it? Did you draw on the chair? We'll talk to her when she wakes up.
Okay, so Noel and Lily, there you go. Where does it start? Did you notice a few things, by the way, about Noel? What did Noel do when her parents caught her drawing or saw the pencil on the furniture? What did she do? Did she insist that she did not do it? She insisted, I did not do this. It was Lily, right? She was absolutely adamant. She was insisting. She was confident that it was not her, to a point that for a second, had we not seen Lily, we might have believed her, right? Oops. Just 1 second, yeah. What else did we see her do? What else did we see her do? She sat down. Did you notice how she sat down? When you go below the line, it actually psychologically pulls you down. In children, it's very visible because you can see it in what is childlike unproductive behavior because they go down to the floor. In adults, we don't go down to the floor. We do all sorts of other things, such as blame other people, wait and see, say it's not my job, why should I bother, etc., etc., etc. Right? This is what happens with us as adults. Why am I showing you this video? I'm showing you this video to let you know that the lack of accountability, the blame game, starts at a very early age. What did Lily's parents do? What did Noel's parents do? Did they punish her? Did she take any time out? Absolutely not. Why? Because she's cute. That's why. She's cute, right? So her parents don't want to punish her. They don't want to take her down. It's just funny, right? So what did that reinforce for Noel? It positively reinforced that she can get away with it if she plays the blame game. If she blames someone else, say, it's you, not me, I'm going to get away with it. Now, what's going to happen to Noel? She's going to go out of the house, go to school, and what's going to happen in school? She's going to make a mistake. And then what is she going to do? She's going to play the blame game again. What's going to happen? Are her teachers going to give her time out, go to detention? No, Noel is still cute. What are they going to do? They're going to positively reinforce the blame game. What's going to happen to Noel when she grows up? She's going to come and work with one of us. That's what happens. That's where it comes from. From an organizational psychology perspective, the blame game starts at a very, very early age. How do we combat this? Is it wrong to go below the line? Is it wrong to go below the line? It is not. It is natural to go below the line. It is otherwise it would defeat the purpose of a positive definition. So it is okay. You're allowed to go below the line. What is not okay? To stay there. Absolutely. You have to go above the line. To go above the line, 4 steps: see it, own it, solve it, do it. The see it step is about asking what are the realities I or we most need to acknowledge. Applies in personal life, applies when you're combating desertification, when you're trying to preserve the environment, when you're trying to run a company, when you're trying to make an initiative successful. Doesn't matter what it is that you're trying to do. That was what the see it step is. It's about acknowledgement. Own it is how am I or we contributing to the problem or solution. Solve it is the third step. They have to go in sequence. What is the third step? Solve it. Keep asking, what else can I do? Time to innovate, time to have creative thinking. And lastly, do it. Who is accountable to do what, by, when? Before I close, I just have one question. As you go about, now first I hope that I have added some value, some perspective on the topic of accountability, which is very widely misunderstood. As you go about doing what you need to do for the environment, who's accountable? Everyone? That is not the right answer. I'll tell you what I see happening in a lot of organizations. I see people saying to me, I would love to do it, but my leaders are not doing it. You don't have to wait for anyone. The right answer is I am. It starts with you. With this, I thank you very much. I hope this has added some perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samer. Thank you, Mr. Samer. I was trying to internalize being accountable whenever I park my car in a very tight parking space, and then I go outside of the line when I have to be accountable when I park wrongly when the other car is making me difficult to park as well. So who should I be who should be accountable? Should I be accountable or the first car who parked not really properly in the line? So I was just trying to look at that. Maybe I should be solving that issue on my end, apparently. But anyhow, thank you so much for that very insightful speech. If you have questions related to accountability, we'll have a panel discussion after the third speaker, after shortly this session. We'll have the third speaker, Dr. Sharuk Ali, the founder and CEO of Ecosystem Informatics. She is a recognized leader in clean technology and environmental innovation with a strong academic foundation in electrical engineering and a career spanning over 33 patents and 150 peer-reviewed publications. Dr. Ali has revolutionized approaches to environmental challenges, aligning her work with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Her contributions particularly advance UNSGD 13 climate action, UNSGD 9 innovation and infrastructure, and UNSGD 11 sustainable cities and communities by addressing global emissions reduction, urban air quality improvement, and sustainable industrial practices. As a former senior leader at the BlackBerry, she brought groundbreaking innovations in RF technology before founding ESI to focus on sustainability. Dr. Ali is a passionate advocate for women in technology and a champion of global collaboration to drive sustainable progress. Her vision and achievements continue to inspire impactful change, particularly in regions committed to environmental stewardship and innovation, such as the Saudi Arabia. Please help me welcome Dr. Sharuk Ali.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. It's a privilege to be here with you today in Saudi Arabia, a nation that has been making remarkable strides in sustainability under their 2030 vision. Being at COP16 under the United Nations framework brings us together and shows the power and the impact of global collaboration, especially needed today when we're looking at a challenge facing us all, and that is climate change. I'm going to be talking today inspired by the two talks that happened already, and talk about green algorithms, AI-powered insights for informed environmental action. we've been saying the same thing more or less, just from different angles. I'd like to reiterate it, that nature's system is air, land, and water all work interactively, perfectly in harmony. As a matter of fact, this balance is important and is the foundation for life, sustainable ecosystems, agriculture, and for us as humans as all. But when this harmony breaks and falters, the consequence of this breaking doesn't impact just one element. The break in one element, whether it's air, earth, or water, has an impact and breaks and weakens the others. Let's take drought, for example, a conversation that's been happening over the last few days intensively. When we look at bare land, we look at drought, we can see cracked, dried rivers. That's all we see, that's the surface. But the reality is the problem is much more complex. Drought is an example of how we could look at things, and we need to look at things more holistically and much more deeper. Drought reflects the breakdown of the entire biosystem from air, land, and water, and the ecosystem that supports all of these. Therefore, solving the challenge, really, what we've been doing so far is looking at moving from a reactive state, which is what we've been doing, into a proactive state. The two talks that we've heard about today actually helps me bring this message over, that we need to start looking at things and solve challenges proactively. What we need to do to stay resilient is to think holistically, but act locally. And let me tell you how that works. That means a cultural change that is twofold. The first fold is that when we think holistically, we need to understand that the health of human beings and all life on Earth is tied to the health of our air, tied to the health of the water, and to the soul. These are inseparable factors that dictate the overall life on Earth. If we agree on that they are interconnected and inseparable, then comes our approach that we need to start looking at things and solving them differently. It's a fundamental change in how we think in approaching problems. Every region is unique in its own geography, in its own culture, its own climate challenges, and its own community needs. That's what I'm trying to bring here, that we need to think about things holistically, but then we need to start looking at zooming into the problem and examining targeted solutions, focusing in effectively. And this is where I come in to talk a little bit about the technology that we've provided. Green algorithms, AI-powered insights for informed environmental actions. I believe, and I think many of you might agree with me, that access to knowledge and the power to make a change should be a right to everybody. It shouldn't be limited to a nation or to a certain level or a certain race of people. It should be accessible, it should be cost-effective, and it should be, the power to change should be available to everybody. And this is where innovation comes into play, because innovation bridges the gaps of what we're missing. Innovation takes us there faster so that we can have a better future easily. Let me show you how at Ecosystem Informatics we've been trying to bridge the gap with our technology to improve on quality of life. This company, Ecosystem Informatics, we're a Canadian-based company, Canadian-American-based company. We have partners here in Saudi, and we have a technology that has been used and is being used globally. What we're trying to do is provide solutions. We don't provide products. We provide solutions which are customized for the geographies, for the communities to solve their particular problems. The core technology is the same, but the packaging is customized for what's needed. Therefore, we're able to drive action for a sustainable future. What we do is we are able to create hyperlocal air quality monitoring and data collection over platforms for environmental sustainability to drive decision making. I'll take you through some of the use cases. We have many more, but to keep interest of time, I'm going to touch a little bit about those. How do you use environmental data for human health and well-being? We enable to see the unseen. We're in a location here, nice air conditioning, nice lighting, but do we know what we're breathing? Do we know what we don't know? So the data and the knowledge we provide through our technology enables us to see the unseen, make the invisible visible. And therefore, when you know what you don't know, you can start to ask the right questions. When you ask the right questions, you're halfway there, because now you can move in the right direction. What we've been doing, we're in Canada, so that picture is from one of the projects we have in Canada. You can see the snow. We have mobile and fixed units that we put them on patrol cars, drive around, and collect air monitoring data. These are self-calibrated units that can collect information and provide it and calibrate it in real time. When you're able to collect first-hand information, second-hand information, and then layer that, you take the raw data into analytics, and then you take the analytics into insights, and then you take the insights into actions. That's the power of data. We've used this technology in construction, for example, to provide us with alerts on noise levels, exceedances, vibration levels, dust levels, exceedances. And when you have an interactive and a positive system that gives you alerts so that you can take proactive measures right then and there, that means you can take a decision to bring down that pollution, bring down that dust in a passive way in many cases. We've used our technology. You can see our technology here deployed in a location where there is no infrastructure. We've used it to predict for wildfires with trends and data for particulate matter, carbon, for example. And we've also used this technology to understand whether communities or neighborhoods are safe to come back to for living, for remediations after wildfires happen. This is a use case in an open pit mine in the US. To the operators in the mine, everything was checked based on the list, but yet they still had complaints from the community. You see a blurb up there. We were able to find the source and the sink of what's happening in that open pit mine with having units on their patrol cars driving around the mine. Now imagine if you didn't have an intelligent solution, how you were able to understand what's happening there. Let me give you a few examples in infrastructure planning. We've used our technology to help create understanding of expansions. We are hosted in a country that is growing. We say expansions worldwide. Many countries are investing in infrastructure. How do we balance economical gain and future, which is necessary to have that infrastructure to host the billions of people that will be living in cities? But how do you do that in a balanced way without harming the environment? You do that with the power of data. You do that with the power of knowledge. We've helped cities in their year 2030 and 2041 planning infrastructures, understanding what if scenarios, what if I do this in the year 2040, what will happen? What if I don't do this, what will happen? Understanding the impact of the environment in all of these cases, starting with their own data, which is real-time data, and then modeling for future predictions. This is another city in Canada. This city is recognized for heavy steel industry production, which is great for the city. There's lots of money coming in from that production. This city also has another aspect to it. It's a port city where ships come in and trucks have lots of in and out of the city. So although it's a rich city, but the air quality was very, very bad. Now, how do they go about it without hurting the economical benefit that the city enjoys? We worked with their health and safety department, identified areas of hotspot, identified the issues, gave recommendations. Then we worked with their transportation department, and we looked at how the impacts of those initiatives brought. And you can see here the heat map from our measurements, shifting the pollution from the downtown core to the outskirts of the city. Now, it doesn't mean that the outskirts are not important. It just means that those locations have a better way to manage those extra emissions with more vegetation and less impact of emissions altogether. So that was a very, very clear initiative that was identified with data, how it contributed to solving the problem. This is, if you can see here, the unit is on one of the buses. It's a small over there. This city wanted to create their 2030 plan for electrification and expansion. It's one of the biggest cities growing fast in Canada. And we collected data without the need of any infrastructure, just as the bus is going around. And we created their analysis to understand electrification of their fleet, to understand mobility in the city. Very rich data set that provided that insight. Now, we talked about and we listened to economical gain and balancing with environment. Coming back to Engineer Aid's question earlier on in his conversation, we're not against economical gain. We need it. We have to have it. But what we should do it in a way that improves operational efficiency at the same time benefiting the environment. This is one of the use cases. We worked with a utility company. They wanted to expand. The community they wanted to expand in was objecting to the expansion because they are fearing of pollution. We helped them scale in an environment-friendly way, so it was a win-win situation. How was that done? With the power of data, with the power of insight. Knowing is power. Knowing is the way to go to have win-win situations. I have some examples of smart cities. These are our units in Europe on city trams. No extra infrastructure, no specialized engineers to run this system. As the tram drives around, well, it doesn't drive around, moves around, it collects data. And I can't tell you the surprises that we were able to uncover with data. Some of them have very simple solutions to address hotspots that we found. And the city took action. And it could be as low as, small as, or as passive as what type of color or material you'll build your buildings with, what type of trees you plant, and so on. This is another project in Hyderabad, India, where we were looking at traffic emissions, mobility flow, how do you optimize traffic in a very condensed, very active city. We've been using use cases where we use three-dimensional data by putting our units on drones. We've used this in wastewater management, oil and gas, cement manufacturing. So we accommodate, for example, ammonia, methane sensors with mobile wind sensors, and you do post-processing, and you create flux emission analysis. You're able to also know the plume sizes. So understanding the capabilities of technologies and innovation helps us bridge the gap in our own knowledge as human beings and make better decisions. The message that I'd like to bring home is innovation is a mindset. Culture is a mindset. Tackle pollution, combat drought, and achieve sustainability. It is all connected. We've been trying, I founded the company from the perspective on be part of the solution. Be part of the solution. With data as a service, accurate and modular systems, monitor anywhere, take decisions in real time, have it cost-effective and affordable so that it can be accessible to all. Thank you very much for your time here. In Saudi Arabia, we have Expert Eye as our partners. In US and globally and Canada, this is our contact information. I'm looking forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali, for that very
impressive
technical presentation in terms of how we can harness technology in terms of predicting the effects or the impacts of our activities, economic activities. So basically, you have seen all the three speakers, or you've heard rather, three speakers talking about the importance, Engineer E, the importance and the critical role rather of environmental impact assessment in putting forward sustainability or for progressing economy for that matter. And at the same time, talking about accountability issues related to who's accountable in terms of what are the negative impacts rather that of these economic activities rather that we're doing as bringing negative impacts to the environment. And the third one is related to how can we harness and use the technology in predicting the negative impacts rather of the activities that we're doing, and at the same time utilizing this to see the opportunities rather of the environmental activities that we're doing. So if you have any questions right now, the floor basically is open for sort of question and answer, and we have all the expert insights that they can provide. The floor is open. I believe we have a mic here. If you have a question, yes, please, the gentleman at the far end. If we can have him the mic so that we can hear what his concern is about.
My name is Guzman Echefer Yusuf. I come from Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. I am a student in sustainable development in Ivory Coast. I come from French-speaking citizen.
That's all right. That's all right.
So sorry for my English.
No problem.
We thank you for giving the floor, and we thank you for the organizer of the 16th conference of the party. We are a youth network for community development, RGDC, in Ivory Coast. So for the first question, I think that sustainable development coexists with rapid industrialization. If from the designer of the industrialization initiative have been taken for sustainable and green industrialization. But my question here is what contribution or impact can robotic or intelligence and intelligence artificial intelligence make in this new trend for the sustainable development?
Thank you. The question is, what impact does the artificial intelligence?
Yes, and robotics.
And robotics?
Make in the new trend for sustainable development.
Making a new trend in the sustainable development. Are you addressing that to our first speaker or the third speaker? This is related to technology, I believe. But anyhow, any one of you can please provide an insight on that. Let me start with Mr. Engineer Eid. Yes,
yes,
please.
okay. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your questions. Artificial intelligence and all new digitalization and automation is an added value for all aspects. So, can you hear me? Okay. So it is added value because artificial intelligence and any digitalization or automations, it will be based on what is expected from this artificial intelligence, and eventually it will help to achieve the goals, and it is added value as well to protect environment or to have a sustainability for industry as well as for environment as well. This is my understanding. If you have about specific artificial intelligence aspect, please say it. Otherwise, in general, it is added value for all aspects of the life and of the need. This is my view. I don't know if you would like to add.
Very good insight. I think, so artificial intelligence, I'm going to talk from the technical side. These algorithms, at the end, they're algorithms. These algorithms are trained for a specific objective, let's say. As Engineer Aid was saying, it depends on the objective. When we use these models to be able to get a result faster, right? Because the algorithms are more powerful than the human mind can digest information, right? You get to the result faster. You can make the decision, the correct decision, by having an informed decision made based on the results that the AI can make. So technology helps us digest data, helps us make sense out of it, helps us understand even what questions to ask. But at the end of the day, these models, these technologies, the human control needs to still be there, because they are built by humans to answer questions related to the human lives. Does that make sense? I hope it helps.
It does. For me, from a personal perspective, if I'm the one doing an environmental impact assessment, it is very helpful. Imagine if back before, when there were no calculators, when we actually manually calculate issues, and when the calculator came, it will become very easy. So when technology is there, it will be easy for us to come up with analytics that is supportive based on the algorithms that Dr. Ali was saying. So I believe that is very helpful in terms of how we can put forward the objectives of our environmental parameters, rather objectives. Yes. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, first of all, for sharing us your professional experience. My name is Mayar. I am a public policy researcher working in the healthcare sector. As you shared us before, that the environment impacts the healthcare and well-being. So I want to ask you, and specifically Mr. Samer, regarding the accountability. It's a little bit hard to define who is accountable in large organizations such as ministries and authorities. However, I want to ask you one more question related to this question about, is designing policies will encourage people to be accountable or not? Because, policies define the targeted audience, which could be encouragement or disencouragement, as you know. So I want to know more about that.
So we've done a lot of work with government agencies, and the truth is that policy without people engaging with it and understanding it, without having a change management framework around it so people understand what's in it for them to adopt it, will not go very, very far. If you hold a stick over someone's head, or a carrot for that matter, because this is the analogy, it can only take you so far. What you want is you want people to adopt the policy because it makes sense. So yes, policies will give you a view on what's expected of you, and that's very important when we're discussing accountability. People cannot be accountable for what they don't understand and what they can't control. So you need to give people two things. Number one, understanding of the policy and the expectations from the policy. What impact is that public policy going to create? And number two, you need to give them the ability to control the environment in which they apply the policy. And what that means is you need to be able to give them a voice. So don't just tell them what they need to do. Allow for feedback on what you're asking them to do, so that you can pivot and adjust the policy, because this is about change. And the second thing is positively reinforce whatever change you expect to happen. So if you see individuals who have adopted the policy, who are living the policy, who are really abiding by the results that you want to see from the policy, then these are people that deserve recognition. And that's kind of where it all falls apart for a lot of organizations, especially massive organizations, because Some people do pick it up and start to act above the line where they want to drive the change, they want to adopt the policy, it makes sense for them, and then they're shut down through directive instruction instead of being heard. They don't have a voice. And number two, they are not recognized for the good work that they do, so you're not shining a light on the change that is happening as a result of the policy. This is about basic organizational psychology and change management. Yes, you need a policy, but make sure you recognize people who abide by it, make sure that you explain what's in it for them, and make sure that you get feedback, not just give feedback, but get feedback on how this policy may need to pivot so that people can adopt it in an easier way.
All right, we've reached to the end of our discussion. Don't have that much time, but we can entertain one more question, final question rather. But before I entertain the last question, I'd like to just highlight that we are continuing our exhibit. We are exhibiting Expert Eye Management Consultant together with the rest of our partners. If you have further questions related to the discussions today, you can visit our booth. We are located at the area number 3 in this location, in the green zone. And we are exhibiting Expert Eye Management Consulting. We are open up until the end of the COP16, basically. So yeah, for the last question, if there is one more question, we would be glad to entertain one last question, one final question. Anyone? Or we can probably just get a wrap up of final message from every one of the speakers at the end of this discussion. We'll start with the Engineer Eid.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, to make it short to the point, to make sure that you have the best work, you need to focus on 3 to 4 factors. So leadership. So the leadership, really, they need to own it. They need to believe in that, and they need to drive to achieve the objective or the goal. You need to make sure that you have the right culture, including proactive approach and including accountability, as mentioned by our colleague. And you need to make sure that you have the right knowledge and competency to be able to deliver the high quality product, either as study or services or any type of products. And eventually, you need to make sure that you have the right tool. So when we talk about air monitoring, as Dr. Sharouk presented, so it is very effective tool to measure the pollutants and the air quality in general, either for health. Thank you, Mayar, for your question. Either for health or for safety or for environmental. And as mentioned by Samir, you need to make sure that you are receiving feedback. So in order to promote sustainability and environment and to elevate to a higher culture, it should be two-way communication. So you need to listen to feedback in order to improve, and continuous improvement is the way to go higher and higher and stay in the top. Thank you for you, and I hope our sessions added value to all of you.
Excellent.
Dr.
Thank you, Engineer Eid. So to recap, make sure that there's that purpose, that everybody understands the case for change is clear. What's in it for me? And I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking about what's in it for me as well as a human being. Make sure that you understand that any change in culture is leader-led. Culture will not change if the leaders do not change. However, that does not deny the responsibility that you have to be individually accountable for what needs to happen here. Get the policy, get the processes, get the technology, but move the people as well if you want to see fast movement on the needle.
Dr. Sharouk?
Well, thank you for everybody's time and for the insightful conversations. I think they've said it all, but if I wanted to add one point, I would say nothing is in isolation, everything is interconnected. And nothing is too small, no action is too small, everything makes a difference. I personally started this company and started other research that I do on environmental because of a conversation with my young children back then. So everybody has a role, everybody can make a change, and it all starts with us, and we're all interconnected, and we're all in this together. So thank you very much, and I enjoyed this conversation very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for coming in behalf of the Expert Eye Management Consulting. We thank you for your time, for gracing this session. Again, for the last part, if you have any further questions, we are exhibiting at the area location number 3. Please do visit us accordingly. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.